Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, July 6th, and we got notifications, which is nice, but it is Friday, so more than likely that's not gonna mean anything. Let's trade out this. I should normally have 2 quests today, but one of the quests I had was a watch and learn, which I guess I opened the pack for just stupidly without thinking, and apparently I got whole new cards too. So I got one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, and one of those, and all of those cards are just basic classic cards that I definitely need. I'm kind of surprised that there weren't any duplicates. The question I guess I want to ask here is, what is the missing list on the Asian account on basic cards? It must be a lot bigger than I thought it was. So type in the key phrase missing, come over to classic cards. Yeah, I'm missing one of these, even though one of these is a gold. It's a pretty big list. I certainly have enough dust where I could just go through here and craft the cards that are blue, and that would get this collection a lot closer to what it should be. I'm not ready to do that. I want to wait till the next expansion comes out. They've started to talk about what the next expansion is, so I think that's probably coming out maybe in a month or two. I'd be surprised if it's more than 2 months. But yeah, there is definitely a whole collection here. Using dust to craft the blue cards actually doesn't make any sense, because more than likely when the next expansion comes out, I am going to spend a significant amount of gold buying packs for the classic packs. I think that's just how it has to be done. We don't have a new tavern bro, so we don't have to deal with that. So, what was the quest? I needed to get 3 victories, so we're just going to play some ranked play of Paladin and Priest. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I did see on that tavern brawl that if you play as the druid, you can kind of win on the first turn if you build the right deck, because druid has a lot of cards that draw and do damage, and the tavern brawl lets you cast those spells using your own health. So if you just play fast enough, you on the first turn, you win. And so Kriperian was doing his equivalent of Summer Games Done Quick by winning on the first try. Where are we going to be on the news today? I think we have a decent amount of news, although I did go through a lot of it and filter it out. I still think we've got a decent amount of I still think we have a decent amount of news happening.
Fight with honor. I will command the light.
I finished Warcraft Go. The first bit of free add-on DLC was not good in Warcraft Go. The second bit, the Mirror of Spirits, was pretty good. But
we have turned our curse into
I think it was called the Cave of Fire or Maze of Fire bit of DLC added extremely complicated or convoluted, maybe is a better term, solutions, and so my mind at the point, having played this game over the course of just a couple days, was already exhausted enough to the point where I was just like, I cannot care to think of the 100-step pattern that I need to do, and some of them did feel like it was nearly 100 steps. It was probably closer to 50.
It's time for a little blood.
But yeah, the patterns were extremely complicated, and it really wasn't adding anything else to the experience. Let's see. That's actually what I wanted to happen because I don't want to give this guy extra attack. But then the Mirror of Spirits puzzles had a reflection mechanic added, where there was a mirror version of Lara Croft, and you had to manipulate both characters at the same time, and that was pretty cool. And I was able to solve nearly every puzzle without any help at all. There probably was a collection of puzzles that there were some puzzles where I just got, I'd say 90% there. You know, I knew the solution, I just didn't want to have to figure out the pacing and the order. Lara Croft Go starts really simple in its main game, and it doesn't get incredibly complicated even at the end. So the first part before they added DLC was really good, and I think if they had just broken up a lot of the puzzles in a way that you could skip or only ask for help on one bit of the puzzle, instead of what they would do is they'd have 10 chapters in each book, and a chapter could have 4 or 5 puzzles in it. If they kept everything really tight and just one puzzle per chapter, you could have made the game feel like there was a lot more content. Inherently, though, there's just a lack of support for the game. Square Enix did not want to support it. They just wanted to use it as advertisement for the reboot of Terminator, and now they're not making any more of the Go games, so no Hitman Go, no Lara Croft Go. I believe there was a third series that was also a Go series. I don't even... Deus Ex Go. Yes, there was a Deus Ex Go that I haven't played. I think Lara Croft Go is the best and the first one to introduce that style of gameplay, and it works alright. But it doesn't have any story. It could really have used some up-close visual novel style story. Conversations, just written text, something to tell you why you're trying to collect an artifact or what the artifact is. There's like no voice acting of Lara Croft. The animation of Lara Croft is a super low pixel polygon character model because it's a cell phone, but even at that it could have been better looking. Overall, I did like the game though. It's fine. I wouldn't pay more than $1.50 for it though. There is also, if you get it on the cell phone version, you probably would have paid like extra microtransactions to use hints and to buy costumes, but the Steam version includes all of that just in the purchase, and including the updates, so you get a much better experience on the Steam version. Mouse control is pretty bad on it, however, so I would maybe suggest using... I'd suggest using a controller. If you don't have a controller you can plug into a PC, it's questionable what you're doing at all, then you should definitely have a controller. Even if you don't own an Xbox or a PlayStation, go get an Xbox or PlayStation controller that plugs in to your computer. I'd recommend the official models, instead of like a GameStop cheap knockoff. But yeah, there could have been a lot more done with the game to try and have something that feels like the old Lara Croft games, like the old Tomb Raider games, because the reboots really don't. There is also the other game series, Lara Croft in the Temple of Cyrus, which is the sequel to, I believe, the Sphere of Destiny, which is a top-down action puzzle game that I think maybe works a little bit better than the Go series because the Tomb Raider games have never really been puzzles. Let's see. Let's do this.
For justice.
Of course. So that will be the next thing. Maybe I should take some time and schedule some videos before I start playing Warcraft Temple of Osiris. That would be kind of fine too. So that is another thing to think about. It's like I need to schedule things and get things done. That was not the victory I wanted. Let's start going through the news. Pretty much every stream now, and I'm just gonna have to learn to just stop saying it. I want to get through things as quickly as possible because there's because you know, like, streaming takes a long time. Doing these Hearthstone things takes a lot of time, and I'd like to speed things up. So, PC Gamer has an article, Dead Island 2 is still coming, says the official Twitter account. Apparently somebody tweeted them, hey, is Dead Island 2 still coming? Yeah, and they said, yeah, but we don't have anything else really to say. The Dead Island mobile tower defense spinoff is available on cell phones right now.
Nature's blessings
and that's
upon you.
Probably the only reason that anybody is even reporting on this is, or why the Twitter account bothered to respond, is because of the fact that the mobile game is out there and that they're trying to promote that. Not really too much information really being said there. In fact, no information whatsoever. Gematsu has an article, the Kill La Kill game :IF is going to be released for PS4 and PC. So it's Kill La Kill the game :if, and they have a trailer here. Let's see what this trailer looks like, because I imagine IF stands for something like Infinite Fighter or something along that lines, and making Kill La Kill into a fighting game works alright, makes sense. Although, frankly, if it's gonna try and retell the story of the anime and have a story mode, I'd appreciate that. It also could just be a full-on action fighting game instead of a arcade-style fighting game that just goes on forever. Something close to No More Heroes would make sense, where it's a boss rush game. Alright, so there's a lot of intros there, and now I'm looking at the trailer, and it does seem they seem to have heavily integrated cutscenes into the fighting section, but it does look like it is a fighting game of some sort, although it didn't show any life bars or UI or HUD or anything like that. So no real information there. All we know is that it is now coming to PC and PS4. First demo will be playable at EVO. So if it's at EVO, you know then it's gotta be a fighting game. And if it's coming out to Evo, that tells you there's a desire for this to be more than just a standard fighting game. They want this to catch people's attention and convince people to play it over and over again. They're a little late to the party with Kill la Kill though, so it's gonna be a hard sell to convince people who are playing Street Fighter and like Smash Brothers and what else is played at Evo. I don't think Skullgirls is played there. There's a decent collection of things, of games already played at Evo and that have already been just decided as the one chosen games they're gonna play. There's a lot of competition.
I don't need any of you.
Try and introduce a new fighting game because there's only so many you can have. Speaking of No More Heroes, I believe, according to Gematsu, Kotaro, Kotaro Uchikoshi announces AI the Somnium files for PS4, Switch, and PC. Actually, no, this isn't the guy that makes No More Heroes. This is the guy, I think, that makes the Zero Escape games. Yeah, I think yes. Like, the director and scenario writer for his adventure titles such as the Zero Escape series as a new visual novel type game.
Miscalculation.
Not on my watch. Move quickly.
So the Somnium files, SOMNIUM files. It looks like it's kind of a Persona-esque game in the sense that the main protagonist can transfer between two different worlds, like demonic version of the world in the real world. But yeah, there's not a lot here on this announcement. A slight description.
Your magic shall not save you. Your magic shall not save you. For me! This is my responsibility.
There we go. So we've got another Japanese good-looking game coming out. First game on Steam today we have is called Lagoon Lounge: The Poisonous Fountain. It's positive with 100% of 27 user reviews. Came out July 5th. It includes sexual content, nudity, casual, indie, and adventures. And the description is: this is a visual novel containing furry characters and homosexual themes. You take the role of a furry who's moved into a seaside village and becomes involved in the lives of the residents. So 100% 27 reviews might just be meme reviews, or maybe this is done really well.
Let me think.
Like, maybe this is what the furry community, of which I'm not familiar, really wants. Animation doesn't look amazingly good, but it's also probably not done in an attempt to follow animation styles that I'd be familiar with. So yeah, I kind of have to look at this animation style and say this looks like really good cartoon animation. If these were Looney Tune characters, this looks fine and good.
Must move quickly.
It's not hyper-realistic style that you'd expect from a Western game, nor is it a anime style that you would expect from an Eastern game, and so I'm kind of left in a position where I can't say too much. Seems like it's gonna deliver, or at least it has a good chance of delivering what you would want. Seems like the name is too long. Lagoon Lounge, The Poisonous Fountain. Seems like maybe they'd make sequels. It's $13.99, and heck, if I was gonna do visual novels, I would consider playing this one just for its uniqueness. But there's no voice options, so I would have to voice everything, and I certainly don't want to ever do that. Right.
Reporting for duty.
Do I want to kill this? That's probably the better move.
The battle.
Didn't do that.
This is my responsibility.
For justice.
Gematsu has another cool Skullgirls 2 Second Encore is coming to Switch. So it's not Skullgirls 2 Second Encore, it's Skullgirls Second Encore. I guess there hasn't been as much an official sequel to Skullgirls as there is just a continuation of every time minion back. Like, it seems like they consistently just update it. Skullgirls Second Encore is already available for PS Vita, PS4, and PC. So it's just coming to the Switch, which is interesting. Certainly some of this information, if I was more on the ball, I would say, hey, I might own Skullgirls Second Encore. There's a chance I do. I doubt I do. Why not try to play that game real fast and have that footage out when this game comes out for the Switch? That might make a little sense. It certainly would make more sense if I was a bigger channel and was capable of riding waves of interest. Let's go with a priest. I've tried twice on a paladin and not won. So let's try the priest. The paladins aren't winning at an extremely low ranking. Let's see.
Anduin versus Jaina.
On Steam, Skullgirls Second Encore Upgrade
shall bring victory.
is DLC to purchasing the original game Second Skullgirls, and the Second Encore Upgrade on Steam is 96 positive in the last 30 days, where original Skullgirls is 93% positive in the original in the last 30 days. So yeah, I don't think I have the base Skullgirls, so I probably don't have Second Encore either, because I would have to own the DLC to a game that I don't own, and that's impossible. Moving on, Gematsu has an article, that's YU-NO, a girl who chants love at the bounds of this world, is coming to the West for the PS4 and PC in 2019. That is clearly a visual novel just by the extremely long name. And of course, in Japan, this game was probably just sold as you know, and then maybe some Japanese worlds. Like, a girl who chants very well could be one word in Japanese. Or a girl who chants love might be one word in Japanese. And Bound of This World might be one word in Japanese. And that's where you get a lot of these ridiculously long let's see, let's not do that, let's do that, and then let's do that, and then do that. Fast move. So this is a visual novel, and all I'm seeing is a single screenshot, so I need more information before for it. And yeah, and there's really no information here other than it's coming to the West on PC and PS4 in 2019, which is good. We've got a game on Steam called Paper Shakespeare: Love's Labours Lost, which is either a title or a phrase of a Shakespeare story. So it's feels like it's probably the idea of just using stickmin and cut out paper animation telling the story of Shakespeare, which isn't terrible idea. It's just that the graphics are so horrible that you're taking this public domain beloved story and doing it a horrible disservice. Looking at every single screenshot here, there's no reason in my mind that anybody would ever want to play it. Apparently there's a whole collection of these Paper Shakespeare games that you can buy in a bundle for $21.93, and I don't think that'd be worth it. Is this perhaps a scam to trick parents into buying games that look like they're educational? Maybe. Seems like it might be just a meme thing too, and I don't know if it has all the Shakespeare story there. Love's Labours Lost is $2.99. It's definitely not worth it though. Gamma Sutra has an article says Gamma Sutra's article says GameStop says the Nintendo Switch's sales doubled following E3, which is a bit of a head scratcher to me, because I really cannot think of what would have motivated people to buy more. Yeah, it does not really make sense. Like, why would you want to buy more Switches? Maybe it's because Smash Brothers really caught people's attentions, but I guess it kind of has to be. They didn't really announce anything else worth mentioning. Let's see. Smash Bros. Ultimate and ongoing enthusiasm for Pokemon Go, which Pokemon Go doesn't really even integrate with the Switch until Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee comes out. Moving on, I guess, we have a game on Steam called Enigma Prison. It says it's an action-adventure indie puzzle first-person game. Seems like you have a character that has the ability to jump out of his body, which is interesting. It seems like you're also doing some cube puzzles. See, there was this game, I think it was Cube, Q-U-B-E with periods in between it, and that they made a sequel to, and they made some major improvements, and this feels sort of like that game. Although this has flying around the drone as a Metroidvania-like element, it seems, and a ghost element. I can't say that this is a bad game though. This looks like somebody's really spent some effort here, and these are the kind of little indie games that I'd like to see, and I'm calling this an indie game for all I know this is being made by a big company. No, it's pretty much a indie game, and it looks way better than it should be, and not in the usual Unity asset flip way that I use that phrase. There could be problems with this game, certainly. There could be a definite case of it simply having bad controls or being extremely short. That's always a possibility, but I can't prove that from looking at the trailer. Everything this trailer shows says it's a good game. It's in English and Portuguese Brazil, and it's in beta. So you can download the Enigma Prism beta for free, and then it says coming soon. But certainly has caught my attention, and this developer has nothing else he's ever made. The thing here is, if this is a scam, it seems like this is more than likely a stolen game in total. It's too polished, it's too good looking to be anything else. So I'll wishlist that. I kind of hate when things like that happen though, and I'm accidentally looking at something that I didn't need to be looking at. Give a minion +2/+2 in lifesteal. There we go.
Job's done.
Alright. Next game we have on Steam is called Annual. It's a free-to-play action indie violent game according to this.
You require my
And
assistance.
this one looks like it's a asset flip. I can tell because the UI in the corners looks very bad. It looks like you're on a random alien planet with some randomly placed repetitive trees that you're running through. Seems like you're just shooting a laser blaster that looks very simplistically animated. Let's see. This. And do that.
Mind if I roll knee?
And do that.
I don't need any of you.
Right away.
There we go. Yep. Nothing would sell me on Annual, even the fact that it's free to play. It's just a cheap asset flip. I don't even know why you would make a cheap asset flip and make it free to play. It's the first game this developer's ever made, so maybe what they're trying to do is develop some kind of brand loyalty to the developer or the publisher, and then sell their second game. That seems to be a plan of monetization for some developers. It could also be, it feels like some programmers just want to say they've listed a game on Steam as if that's something really prestigious, and that might be a way in which they can increase their chances of getting a game making job with a bigger company, that like it's just a resume builder. Moving on. Your Game has an article. Old School RuneScape has entered public beta testing on Android. The iOS version is expected later this summer.
Are you ready for this?
So it's an interesting idea. I don't think it's really going to happen that people would enjoy playing games from the 90s that required a PC on their phone now, because phones are capable of having that much space and that much processing power. In all honesty, phones can do a lot better than a game from the 90s, but there is a lack of storage and a lack of bandwidth and a lack of resolution and pixel density on your screen. Mostly I think it would be just a case of game developers trying to sell their old products.
I don't need any of you.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're gonna win here. It felt like I was gonna win, and then all of a sudden I was one short, and that one health short killed me. Moving on, Eurogamer decided to put out some articles this week, I guess. Has an article, July's Xbox update is out today to let you play your downloading games sooner. So that new scheme to speed up... Oh, I'm not going to get anywhere here. Back to casual. You can't even get wins. It's not even worth your time to try to get wins on ranked. At a certain point here, give me 6 months, I think I'm going to give up trying to even get up to rank 20. It's just not worth the amount of effort. It's too much time. This game's not that good. So yeah, the Xbox scheme to speed up playing games, I don't know if they ever explained how it really worked, but I think for the most part it's just downloading the assets of the first couple levels before downloading the assets for the last levels, which could simply be done using a lot of sampling and AI to say when this file is attempted to be accessed, or first accessed compared to when the game was first started, tells Xbox how important that file is. So, for instance, the video files that say all the company logos is probably the first file that will be downloaded for everybody, and then the video file when you first start the game will probably be downloaded pretty quickly too. But say the cutscene video file that you only see when you beat the game would be potentially one of the last things that gets downloaded. That assumes that the video files are separate at all, and not all combined. A lot of older games in particular were designed in such a way that
I don't need any of you.
That they took everything and squashed it into one executable. So support for a system like this is going to be varied at best, unless Microsoft institutes some very draconian ways in which people develop their games, which they probably already do have some pretty draconian ways for that. Heal. End the turn. Moving on, let's see, we already talked about that. I probably have a ton of repetitive tabs open today. Gamasutra has an article, Conan Exiles has topped 1.4 million sales, which hardly is in the 10 or 20 million sales as far as a AAA game that it felt like it was attempting to be. Is this the right move to do? I think it is. This, and then I could do this and this and then this. Let's not do this right now.
For me!
And instead end the turn there. Because they made 1.4 million sales, it is now the best-selling title in Funcom history. Like Hyborean Adventures sold 1.4 million units in 3 years before eventually going to free-to-play, and that was their previous game, Age of Conan Hyborean Adventures, which that also was an Age of Conan game that I was thinking that I would have really liked to have played. Alright.
Thank you.
He played this and this and didn't know about this.
For me!
He really played into his own death. If he hadn't increased my health more. That's one victory, and I imagine the guy who's been spectating me this whole time will stop spectating at that point. I still don't feel like Conan Exiles is a successful game just artistically. It leans on trying to be a Minecraft survival game, and it doesn't tell a real story. I think you've got the assets there now to take those characters and that character creator and those environmental things and put a story there, build some better and bigger cities, have a bit of a more zoomed in camera,
You asked for it.
theatrical experience. Because that's really what my understanding of Conan is, and I think it's what most people's understanding of Conan is a theatrical understanding. I don't think people read the books. I don't think people read the comic books. I'm not even sure if it came from a comic book or book, but I know it's something. The movies weren't the first thing, and even if they did come from a book or comic book, those are all very story-based experiences that you're just not having right now. And didn't feel like there was a lot of boss fights. It felt like Conan Exiles was more of a small creature fight game with the slight potential of maybe summoning some other player character summoning a god against you for sort of a boss, but the gods that are summoned in the Conan Exiles game, I don't think the other players can actually really defeat them without summoning a god of their own on their side. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a good game. Every time I've seen it, every time it's been talked about, people undoubtedly, obviously got convinced into purchasing that,
hope you like my invention.
but that doesn't mean that it's a good game.
Job's done.
Your Gamer has an article that says, "Is Richard Garrett's Shroud of the Avatar on the ropes because it looks like a flop?" Let's see. I've never heard of Shroud of the Avatar. Shroud of the Avatar for Forsaken Virtues is the spiritual successor of the legendary online role-playing game Ultima Online, and I've never heard of it or seen it. And they're clicking to like a YouTube video that's 10 minutes long, and it's like a video YouTube review. And yeah, it doesn't look like much of anything. Just a standard running around RPG game. Maybe MMO game. Yeah. I don't think MMOs are in the position that they once were to be successful. I was listening to somebody think about how and recant the history of how Xbox was first released and pushed, and how it created a lot of the X-Bros, and they basically created an entire new market of jocks, basically sports fanatics, who were willing to play video games and saying these are the real gamers, and all of the nerds who had been playing MMOs and games before that point just need not apply, because that's not who Microsoft was trying to court, which certainly introduced the X-Bros. I would argue, as somebody who doesn't play online games though, that generation of people who would have been X-Bros when Halo came out, when the original Xbox came out, they've grown up or grown out of playing games by this point. Anybody who's a kind of jerkish, toxic player now would not really be in the right age frame, in my opinion, to be an X-Bro. They opened the door and kind of did the right thing to make it cool and acceptable for everybody to play games, where it wasn't always that way, and so that was good. But they also opened the door to then let everybody play games, and some people are just jerks. But in part of the recanting of that idea that Microsoft created the X-Bros community and those style of players, there is also the idea that that pushed a lot of the people who would have been playing games into things like World of Warcraft, and that might have, in a sneaky way, increased the number of people playing MMOs and games like that. I don't know how many people it really did push though, because frankly, as somebody who wasn't a jock and who was playing games many years before Halo came out, like, I'm of the wrong generation. I was never going to play Halo as my main game anyways. I may have, given it a try, certainly, but it wouldn't have been the only game I ever play, which Halo had a horrible problem of that, where Halo fans only played Halo 1, and some of them wouldn't even move to Halo 2, if I'm remembering correctly. And that does not help Microsoft, who's selling a subsidized console, if the people who are buying it and are only buying one game.
Job's done.
Moving on now, because that's kind of more of a historical thing than anything else. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article that's called "For Your Information, the free clicker game Adventure Capitalist is still a going concern." So I took a look at it, and oh no. So this is like a retrospective of somebody who reviewed Adventure Capitalist 3 years ago, writing a new article and promoting it on Rock Paper Shotgun for no real reason. Let's see. Yeah, and I don't know what the real reason is other than that to even talk about it. Like, It's still a clicker game. It's still the thing, something somebody should be playing. Since I'm playing time clickers, it wouldn't be a terrible idea to shift to a different clicker. Depends on if there's actually microtransactions in this game or not, and how bad they are. An utterly pointless article as far as I can tell. Just no reason for that game to be talked about, and that certainly opens the door to suspicion that they are just being paid to talk about the game. Moving on, Gamer Sutra has a weekly jobs roundup, which probably already talked about all these games. So, infrastructure engineer for Cold Iron Studios in San Jose, California, senior game producer for Rovio in Espoo, Finland, community manager for Rockstar Games in New York, New York, lead lighting artist for Sucker Punch Productions in Bellevue, Washington, character modeler for Telltale Games in San Rafael, California. If any of those interest you, check out Gematsu's weekly jobs roundup. See, PC Gamer has an article. Todd Howard apparently talked a lot this week because there's been several different things he said, so he must have given a pretty long interview. That's the best I can tell. This, and then this, and then just in the town. Todd Howard on VR, quote, historically the third generation is where it starts to become popular. I don't know, I mean, how do you get to the third generation on a Nintendo platform or a console? Do you say something like the Atari was the first generation, the Commodore was the second generation, then the NES was the third generation? Or do you say something like arcade cabinets were the first generation, the Atari was the second generation, and then the NES was the third generation? Or were there two generations of arcade cabinets and then NES and Atari became like... I don't know how you dance around the logic there to make your numbers add up.
You are the Shadow's puppet.
Let's see. Restore 4 health. Now you're silenced. And we've got to kill somebody.
Right away. Right away.
There we go. So I guess you could take it that if we are still in the first generation of VR, which we're assuming we're ignoring things like the Virtual Boy and other experiments like that, and we're not saying that we're in the second generation of VR just because there's been a couple updates to the Oculus Rift and the Vive, then there's going to have to be a whole second generation of VR and then a third generation of VR. That is set so far in the ahead. It's a great prediction for Todd Howard, who is the guy behind Bethesda, basically, and Skyrim. That's such a far ahead timeline that you really could just say that, and people will have forgotten you said it by the time it should have happened. Let's see. Oh darn it! I should have done that a while ago. I could have played better. Could have played better.
Right away. Do my bidding.
So, the subtitle to this article, which I'm not really even reading, is might we see VR support for Elder Scrolls 6? I think inherently yes, because there's a VR version of Skyrim. So eventually they'll do it just to trick and convince people to buy a new copy of Elder Scrolls 6. Like, that's just how it's gonna be. The temptation is way too high when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out to sell like a hugely expensive collector's edition in multiple versions and really just squeeze the consumer as much as possible. Well, I got the daily quest done and I made no progress as far as ranked play. Let's move over to the European account because there's still a lot more to do. We've got a game on Steam called Esper, E-S-P-E-R. That's usually an anime shortened term for somebody with ESP. It seems like this is maybe a VR game. Yeah, it is. Where you're telekinetically, I suppose, moving objects. That's really not saying too much, though, because for the most part, you're without explanation able to lift other objects all the time. 100 class cards, let's start with that, and then Rogue or Warrior, I believe, Victory. Get in here and start playing as quick as possible. This game Esper looks like it says it's an indie casual game. It looks like you're just in a room. It might have a little bit of Portal-esque things to it, influence, but mostly looks like you're just moving some very simplistic things to solve maybe some very simplistic puzzles.
My greetings.
Yeah, this doesn't really look like much of a game. It's polished, certainly, but it doesn't look like much of a game. So I'm just gonna move on from Esper. I didn't even look at the price. Maybe I should never look at the price, honestly. Next game we have on Steam is called Diner Bros. It's a 3D, looks like cook, serve, delicious type game. Maybe that's not what that game is. It's one of these Diner Dash games in 3D. It's $9.99. It has single player and local multiplayer and local co-op, shared split screen. It doesn't look bad, but it just looks like so many other copies of this idea. And it does build down into the argument that I've made several times where I just don't want to play a game where I'm doing a job. This isn't fun or entertaining. This is not what video games mean to me. Is pretending you're working somewhere. I guess as a kid I never played with any of those playsets or toys that pretended like I was working a job. It never made any kind of sense or interesting thought there. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense here. Next game I'm looking at on Steam is an extremely low effort zombie shooter asset flip. I'm not even gonna bother to name it. I'm just gonna close it. It's that bad. Like, somebody would have to make an argument in the comments about, is there an educational or informative reason to even name some of these horrible asset flip games, or like just to keep people away from them. Or what I'm effectively saying when I don't name a game because it looks so bad is that I have confidence in my audience enough to look at a game and go, oh, that looks so bad, there's no way I'd buy that. And maybe that's misplaced confidence. Maybe it isn't. Next game we have is called Soldiers Lost Forever, 1914 to 1918. It's a top-down, bad-looking game for 40% off at $1.79.
I'm ready to learn.
It's not as bad as the previous game, but I also could have easily skipped this one. A lot of these type of games, had I looked through them, I would have just closed. And there is some weirdness, certainly, in the way I'm doing things, because I am effectively deciding on which I'm deciding like a day before which games to keep. So if I filter the games I'm going to talk about, I filter it a day before. So any game that comes out on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday has a higher chance of being at least mentioned, even if it's an extremely low quality game, compared to a game that comes out on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, or Sunday. I guess this is one of those life's not fair, get over it type responses though. I can't really do anything different. We have a game called Ashley Clark's Secret of the Ruby. It's an adventure indie casual according to tags. It looks to me like it is a hidden object game for the most part. Maybe there actually aren't any hidden object scenes in it, and this is just one of those adventure game type games without the hidden object parts in it. One thing about these games is they still, whatever adventure game maker that is used to make them still doesn't seem like it can handle widescreen, and that's certainly a problem. And this is like the third game by this developer. Could be good, could be bad. It's 35% off for $6.50. I don't think it's worth any of that. Certainly. Deal with 3, summon a wolf. Play this.
Hunt low.
Attack there. I guess I'll keep an eye on Ashley Clark Secret of the Ruby just until some reviews come out on it, and then I'll probably close it. And I'm in a bit of a crisis, certainly, as far as how many more hidden object games do I need, do I want, do I really have time for them. Every time I've tried to play a game that feels like, oh, this will be a short game, and that'll help me get more footage and release more things, it's never been the truth. Like, there's really no such thing as short games. An hour takes an hour, it takes an hour always. Like, you're not gonna magically be able to play a game for an hour and break up that hour of footage into 10-minute episodes. I could break up all my episodes into 10-minute episodes, they just wouldn't feel right or have good pacing or be worth watching. If anything, if I was gonna try to do 10-minute episodes for any series, it would have to be a game where there's like an incredible amount of stuff happening in 10 minutes. Like maybe Asura's Wrath might be a good type of game for that, and even then that's probably not the right move. Yeah, short of editing down 30 minutes of footage to 10 minutes, I don't see how I ever get down to 10 minutes. I'm struggling to even make 30-minute episodes because I feel like those episodes barely have anything in them. Well, it's been an hour now for this recording, so let's break up here. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, friend me on Steam, gift me a game. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, July 5th or 6th? 6th, yes, today is July 6th. And we are on the European account. We need to play 25 more Hunter cards and then get a Rogue or Warrior victory. Let's see if we could get a Rogue or Warrior victory real quick. Tempo Rogue. Try that. I want to get through all the news, so let's hop right in. There's a game on Steam called Export Simulator. It's in black and white for no reason. Like, why would you make a game called Export Simulator in black and white? Every single screenshot here seems to just show a pretty bad menu. And this looks like it's just kind of a game, sort of like Plague Inc. Evolved, except for without any of the actual good quality that I would say Plague Inc. Evolved has and deserves. Plague Inc. Evolved also heavily updates their games and supports it. Export Simulator is $3.99. I would not recommend it for anybody. Moving on. Do this.
The light protects me.
And in the turn, we've got a game called Dungeon Warfare 2. It says it's an indie strategy tower defense game. It has the 8-bit animation style, top-down look. Seems like it's a tower defense game in which people are walking through dungeons and you have, seems like maybe some machines of war that you use instead of towers. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything here special. 10% off for $13.49. Having a 2 behind the name, I suppose, might confuse some people enough to think that the game is good. But it's not going to really trick me in that. Even though this is rated 100% positive for 33 reviews, that feels more like review manipulation than it does a good game. There's certainly things here that indicate it might be a good game, but the graphics are so unappealing. If this was on a cell phone or tablet, maybe then it would work better. So let's go to the developer. The only other game they've made is Dungeon Warfare 1. So let's click here. Let's see, it says 97% of 736% people say this is positive. Honestly though, even with that, I cannot justify buying this game. Dungeon Warfare 1 is only $9.99. Like, I just don't want to cover this game. I don't want to play a
Here we
like
go.
I just don't want to play a tower defense game. Even something that might be the best tower defense game ever, particularly if it looks like this. So, to avoid giving myself a emotional crisis there, I'm closing that tab. It's like, I guess I'm just not the right video game player to review tower defense games. Like, they're just not for me. And there certainly is good reason to not review games if they're not for you. For instance, on the Beastcast and the Giant Bomb team in New York, one of the guys reviewed the new Shaq Fu game, and he just hated it. He played the whole game, which is applaudable, certainly, but he just hated it. And so when he's did the quick look for it, he's just like, yeah, let's just get through this. I didn't enjoy any of this. This is not a great game. And so he immediately admitted he had lost any ability to have balanced reporting on it, which is, I think, probably going to be out of line with a lot of people. I think a lot of people are going to like the Shaq Fu reboot, and we'll see reviews from people that actually play the game putting it somewhere, I bet, around the 70, maybe 60% rate. I'm not gonna estimate it any higher than that because the game may not really be that good, but I don't think it also was as bad as Giant Bomb was reporting it. And they certainly joked about how they don't really review games they don't like anymore, and so it was weird that he even bothered to play it or continue playing it. What's secretly happening in the background of Giant Bomb is all of the reviewers are playing games for 5 minutes or an hour, and if they don't like it, they're just stopping playing it and not reviewing it. So they're losing any ability to find the good parts in good games, and frankly they probably also have long lost the ability to find any bad parts in good games. So yeah, they're just becoming by choice worse reviewers. I certainly, in comparison, I know a lot of the games in my library are pretty bad, and I want to play them at least until the point where I rage quit on them. And I want to try to find any good parts I can report up until that point.
Here we go.
I could probably look up Shaq Fu. Let me do that in a second here, and we'll see. We've got a game on Steam called Black Dream. It says it's a sexual content adventure indie anime cute game. It seems like it's an MS Paint drawn game of some sort, and I'm not sure what kind of game this is. It is it an RPG? It looks like it's like an RPG of some sort where you're
Your magic shall not save you.
just going to silence that. I played out of order.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an RPG or a puzzle game or what. Seems like it's kind of a meme game. It's kind of a meme game trying to be in an anime style, trying to be sexual.
Ready to ride.
And it looks awful in every single way. Like, whatever this is trying to be, it's certainly failing at it. 20% off for $3.99. No reviews. I don't think anybody would fall for this. Yeah. and this is the only game from this developer. It's certainly not a... It's certainly not the way to start your career on Steam. That is to have something that looks like MS Paint. In all likelihood, I could probably use some engine, if not Unity, some simpler engine like RPG Maker or Adventure Game Maker, and make a game. But I would never do that and put it out without having some artist to fill in the gaps of the lack of skill that I have as far as drawing, which is I have no skill drawing. It would look worse than an MS Paint game if I tried to make a game by myself. And because I know what it because I've done the first step of any project, which is do your research, like investigate what is required and what is being asked of you, I know that it is not acceptable in the end user, the game player's eye, to make a visually unappealing game. I wouldn't start a project unless I could have a visually appealing game. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just take 5 damage.
Here we go.
Do this. And the gem. Next game we have on Steam is called Me and Dungeons. It looks like it's a mobile phone port of, like, seems like it might be a clicker in the form of enemies constantly running towards you and you swinging a sword. So kind of a clicker, kind of a beat 'em up. Okay, you're walking at least, and you walk towards enemies. So I guess I'm calling this a clicker is not exactly accurate. It's a run around action game, action, very little adventure that you could say this was. It says it's a casual RPG indie first person shooter. It's not a first person shooter, there's a sword here. Darn it.
Engaging TC-130 mental dislocator.
Here we go.
Let's just end the turn here. Yeah, Me and Dungeons doesn't look good enough. It's 20% off for $1.59. Yeah, it's just not good enough looking game. Maybe if I was playing it on a cell phone and then every now and then I could run around a dungeon-like area. Although these dungeons are above world, so they're not really even dungeons. They're on the surface. I believe I already talked about Enigma Prison. Let me see. Yes, I did. A previous recording, so there's no reason to mention it again. Yes, it has caught my attention. Yes, I'll put it on my wish list.
Your magic shall not save you.
Here we go.
Man, so often playing Hearthstone, it feels like, yeah, I'm gonna win this. I've got it. I'm set. And then I just run out of steam because I push too hard and play all the cards, and then I just have no cards. And so anybody who plays with even the slightest bit of patience and strategy defeats me. I'm so bad at this game, and the game has, over the course of years, failed. I've been playing this more than 4 years. Yeah, it's not done anything to really encourage better play, and inherently, I think Hearthstone as a community, the game playing community of Hearthstone, should have improved in general. I should have improved. Everybody should improve. That's better for Blizzard. That's better for everybody. If there's strategy there, always, and less people just randomly throwing out cards. Moving on, Your Gamer has an article. Netflix's next batch of Castlevania episodes arrive in time for Halloween. Also, the quote-unquote season 2 of Castlevania on Netflix will be 8 episodes instead of 4 episodes because that was way too short. The first season was not really a season, it was just a slight introduction. However, you do have this whole, I believe Castlevania is owned by Capcom issue, where it seems like Capcom might want to stretch this out over and over and over again to try to get as many people as possible into the idea of watching Castlevania. It's going to be a hard effort, though, to get to syndication, to get to 100 episodes at this rate. 12 episodes after 2 seasons, you'd have to go, well, you'd have to go another 10 seasons, wouldn't you? Whereas I would have thought it would have been smarter for them to have 25 really short episodes, because the episodes were already pretty short in Castlevania. And if they'd gone with that, then they could have, in 4 seasons, given more content, and doubling it to 8 in the second season is still not enough. Problem here is also you're dealing with animation, and when dealing with animation, it's hard to get things animated, even if it is mostly just computer animation these days. So you have the whole Rick and Morty and Cartoon Network, Adult Swim issue, where series that should have long since been finished and gone into syndication are nowhere close to that because of just how long it took to develop things. Bam, bam, win. I didn't need the win, though. I'm supposed to be playing Hunter cards, but I'll take any victory I can get. So we can get the season card back and maybe get up in rank play. I think getting away from rank 23 helps. Just getting away from the worst of the worst players helps improve my play a little bit. Let's see. StarCraft has an PC Gamer has an article about this game called Prismata, Prismata, which is a mutant hybrid of RTS and board games, and it works according to the title. The subtitles, it's like StarCraft without map control, or maybe Hearthstone without cards. Seems like there kind of are cards. I think I've seen this game Prismata before, and it did look like it was a weird experience. No, I don't think I have seen this game. It was a Kickstarted game in 2014, and it's on Steam Early Access. I'm not willing to immediately ignore this game. It's very positive, 96% of 94 user reviews in the last 30 days, and 78% in its lifetime. And yeah, it looks like a card game. Do I have enough energy in my life to play a second card game on top of Hearthstone? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on if this is a single player game, or it has a single player element that I can get done and just enjoy without having to do any of the online multiplayer. It has 104 Steam achievements, which that's certainly something Hearthstone doesn't have. It's still early access. It's $24.99 for the Founders Edition, and Actually, it's more expensive to buy it than it is to buy the Founders Edition bundle right now.
I wonder.
I'll wishlist this, but I'm not sure I'm going to spend $25 on what looks to me like something sort of like a card game, even if it really isn't a card game. That requires too much online multiplayer stuff. It's hard to believe that Prismata would be the game that succeeded to dethrone Hearthstone or win like the Valve card game and the game, the Witcher 3 Gwent card game didn't do that. Moving on, Your Gamer has an article. Valve quietly blocks new method to estimate Steam sales figures. Hot air is the subtitle. Let's see. A week ago, indie developer Tyler Glare suggested a new method to estimate the number of copies the game has sold on Steam. He did so via a Medium blog, which he gathered a fair amount of attention. A week on, Steam End reports onlookers suddenly noticed Glare's method was no longer working. Valve had quietly taken action to render it useless. At no point had the company commented on Glare's method or explained what and why it was changing the system to block it.
I wonder.
Like, all the meanwhile, Valve is saying that they are working on a method. Like, there is definitely reasons for this. That Valve would block this, and it's not really to even help Valve. It's to help other game publishers and developers. Like, they don't want that information public because it makes it worse for the companies. Anything that's worse for the companies is probably, in this instance, going to be worse for the video game industry as a whole. And while the news would love to know the exact sales numbers for every single game, reporting on that hurts the industry get funding and continue making games. Let's see. Like, in brief, Glale suggested using the percentage of people who had unlocked a particular achievement to then estimate a game's overall user base. Steam counted achievement percentages to 16 decimal places. So almost every game has an achievement that unlocks pretty early. A notable exception would be the game The Witness, which has only 2 achievements I can recall. One for beating the game, and one for beating an extremely hard bonus puzzle.
I'm fast and furious!
So, yeah, I could certainly see that. There is another argument here, though, that maybe the method and the API key that he was using to access Steam's information and API in general simply only has so many accesses, and so he was accessing all of every single game and just in a way to stop too much processing or spam happening on their servers. They simply blocked or temporarily locked his user ID. There's talk here on Your Gamer about the GDPR. Like, frankly, if Your Gamer had problems with the GDPR, they should have dealt with it and fought against it becoming the law 2 years ago when it was first announced. I mean, it really is too little too late at this point. It is the law, and they seem to be fine with it. Like, it's really just baseless speculation that the GDPR had anything to do with this. In fact, we don't know what happened. Let's see, we already talked about Skullgirl's second encore heading to the Switch, so we don't need to talk about that. A lot of articles today were built around the exact same thing. Let's see. Do I want to die? Nope. PC Gamer has an article. Ubisoft lays out a plan to counter hackers on Rainbow Six Siege. Over 600 players using boosting services will be banned. This, I don't believe, is the first time that they've even said this. So apparently hacking in Rainbow Six Siege is still way too prevalent, and they feel a need to address it, whereas hacking in most games does not get any kind of reporting on whatsoever. 600 players hacking seems like it's a moderately small number of players, but there may only be 1,200 people playing in general, so that is, I guess, another consideration. Die here or die here? I don't think I'll ever play Rainbow Six Siege myself, so I don't have to really deal with that. We've got a game on Steam called Exotic Matter that is very pixely and blocky. And I'm not sure here. This half looks like it might be a little bit of a Minecraft asset flip with a laser gun to mine. And then half looked like you're running around the facility opening doors. Yeah, it's probably an attempt to do something like Forever Stranded. Poisonous. And how are we gonna kill this now? This. And kill one of those. Kill one of those, I guess. Yeah, I don't think Exotic Matter is a unique enough game. It's early access, 10% off for $17.99. I don't really see gameplay here. I see an attempt to do a Minecraft game, and that's it. Next game we have on Steam is called Steampunker. Interesting name. It says it's an adventure. Has a interesting thumbnail, but what kind of game is it really? There's a phrase I haven't said in a while. Okay, I'm seeing a screen that sort of looks like you're wandering around a small ship doing some, it almost feels like it's a horror point and click adventure game. Like, I really can't make heads or tails out of half of this art. It's so dark and visually busy that that every scene takes too much focus and attention to look at everything. Okay, it is, watching the video now, a kind of like the cat lady but in color style.
You asked for it.
I'm assuming it's point clicker, but it may not even be that much. It may be a mouse, not a keyboard only game. says it has 30 mini games and puzzles. It's not going to be a very long game, I can almost guarantee that. But I'll certainly keep an eye on it. It's $6.99, maybe not the right price, but close enough. And the previous game made by this developer was called Steamberg, and it too has no reviews, so at least they're going with a Steam theme. So I'll keep an eye on it, although this is one of those games where 2-3 years down the line it still may have no reviews, and I may just never play it because of that. Or maybe 2 or 3 years down the line I'll have gone through my entire backlog of games that I want to play and I'll be desperate to find anything new. And that certainly is a possibility also. I play this and this. TechRaptor has an article. The Nintendo Switch can now run emulated Nintendo 64 and GameCube games via hacking it and homebrewing it, which is great. Inherently, this is great for Nintendo too, because it tells them that they can, without having to spend as much work, make their own wrapper around some emulators, or make their own internal emulator to run those old games. Getting GameCube and Nintendo 64 games running is better than what a Raspberry Pi 3 B+ can be guaranteed to do. Like, I don't think Raspberry Pi 3 has enough power to run GameCube games at all, and it's very iffy about specific Nintendo 64 games. There's some that run fine last time I tried, but a lot that did not run fine. And of course, Raspberry Pi 3 compared to a Nintendo Switch is a significantly different amount of power, where a Raspberry Pi is only about $35 and a Switch is $250. So, for me, as somebody who has only maybe half a dozen, I'd say there's probably only about 6 games I'd want to play on the Switch right now. Some of the big ones like Mario Odyssey and Zelda Breath of the Wild and things like that. And I'm so far behind on Zelda games, I could go get a Wii U and play several Zelda games I haven't played, and probably never will play them. After those 6 Switch games, I could certainly see hacking a Switch, and maybe in a few years when the Switch is no longer the newest Nintendo console, maybe getting an old Switch and hacking it might be pretty cool for a portable emulating PC. It might be a very good solution for that. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Slay the Spire adds Face Trader event, new shop relics, and neat UI adjustments. At this point, it feels like Slay the Spire, which I believe is still in early access, is just getting overhyped. I do want to play Slay the Spire, certainly, but it's just PC Gamer's talking about it too much. They are reporting news about the game, but they're reporting updates about this game, whereas many other games are very consistently updating their product also, and nobody is caring one bit to report on those. Let's see. Probably the biggest news here, and I haven't done any research on this,
Reality.
but it's probably a great response that is going to get reported as a negative thing by the extremely liberal mainstream game media. We have Eurogamer phrase it this way. ArenaNet fires 2 Guild War 2 writers over a Twitter exchange with YouTubers. Quote, their attacks on the community were unacceptable. So we're going to have to see what they said and see if Eurogamer is going to say what they said and why they were attacking the community, or if they were attacking the community and such. The thing here is definitely a case of, if you work for any company nowadays, you should not assume to speak for that company online at all. You should probably not even talk about your job or list your job. You should, at best, if somebody asks you something about something you're working on, you should just redirect them to the PR Twitter feed. In general, I'm to the point where I think it's okay for companies to say, you just can't be on Twitter. You can be on Facebook with everything set to private and you're only talking to your friends, but you can't say anything public, and if anything you ever say gets screenshotted and put somewhere else, made public, and makes the company look bad, we're just gonna fire you completely. Whether we agree with you or not, that's not it. If a controversy is caused because of what you said, that's unacceptable. I think that's gotta be the new policy for working at jobs. We have somebody on the chat, Adama, Adamai, saying hello. Hello, Adamai. So let's see. Let's continue down on this. There's an update too. It says they received word from ArenaNet statement. It reads, we strive to cultivate an atmosphere of transparency around the making of our games, and we encourage our teams to be involved in the open, open, positive discussion with our community. Earlier this week, 2 of our employees failed to uphold our standards of communications with our players and fans, and they are no longer with the company. So the original story here is, ArenaNet has fired 2 writers ostensibly for their reactions to the Twitter comments from a partnered Guild Wars YouTuber.
I wonder.
Now, I know Boogie2988 was accused of, like, he was doing some Magic the Gathering coverage in the past, and then somebody didn't like what he said in a podcast and said that Wizard of the Coast is never going to work with you again, and I'm not sure she had any authority to say that, and shouldn't have said it publicly at least. I mean, if you're going to blackball somebody, you don't say it out loud. But that's a side story. Let's go back with this story. Recently, 2 of our employees failed to uphold the standards of communicating with players, announced to ArenaNet. Their attacks on the community were unacceptable as a result of no longer with the company. I want to be clear that the statements that are made do not reflect our views of ArenaNet at all. As a company, we always strive to have a collaborative relationship with the Guild Wars community. We value your input. We make this game for you. The writers in question are Jessica Price, who has been with ArenaNet nearly a year, and Peter Fries, who's been with ArenaNet nearly more than 13 years. Alright. And haven't even gotten into the story yet, and I feel like this is gonna be some SJW stuff. It's gotta be. It always is. Every single day I see an article like this, it's always somebody doesn't agree with your opinion on something that's probably not even that big of a deal and has now overacted horribly because of it. Let's see. Let's see. So Jessica Price was the one that's been there. Price expanded on the Reddit Ask Me Anything on a popular Twitter account on the 3rd July, sharing an insightful thread about writing blank canvas player characters for online and offline role-playing characters. So Your Gamer is saying they put this insightful descriptor here and editorialized there, where it should have just said a thread about writing blank canvas characters for online and offline role-playing games. That's propaganda when you add the word incitement. That's yellow journalism. It's sometimes as simple as just one word. Partnered Guild Wars 2 YouTuber Dobre, D-E-R-O-I-R, ArenaNet runs a partner program to help Guild Wars 2 content creators gain visibility, replied to Price's thread, disagreeing and offering his opinion on how it could have been done better in Guild Wars.
Shall bring victory.
And so here's the first part of it. Is the dirty secret is, I'm not sure if it's possible to make an MMORPG or a CRPG, as in what is that? Chinese RPG? What does the CRPG stand for in this instance? Character compelling, because people have difficult expectations about what the character will be. Sorry if I'm louder. I'm leaning forward to read this tweet because it's a picture and not as big of a font as I'd like it to be, as opposed to a pre-designed character or a single-player game. So Jessica Price is expanding on our MMA, Ask Me Anything AMA article, saying the dirty secret is, I don't know if I can actually do the writing that I think she's hired to do. So that's not a well-polished response in the first part.
Job's done.
She's saying she's not sure she can do what she's supposed to do as a writer, to write characters, because people have different expectations about what that character will be. Which is really just the worst way to write a character in the first place. It's like, you don't write a character for other people. You write the character that is inside your head, that you can write well and fully flesh out. Otherwise it's going to feel bland. Otherwise it's going to feel polished and generic. Otherwise it's going to be a Mary Sue or something like that. It's you should. This is one of those points where it's clearly the artist should say, screw other people's opinions. I'm gonna write my character the way I want. I'm gonna have Han Solo shoot first, even if everybody else hates it. I can't disagree with an artist's vision in writing characters. And as for what people expect, who cares? Give them what they get, and that's it. Dobre responded, really interesting thread to read. However, allow me to disagree, quote, slightly. I don't believe the issue lies in the MMORPG genre itself, as your wording seems to suggest. I believe the issue lies in the constraints of the living story's narrative design, one of 3. Let's see. So there's 2 other parts to that that are not being shown, so I'm trying to be as fair as possible here, and thinking maybe in the second or third statement Dobre gets more aggressive or says something more controversial. But I don't know. I don't see that part. This would have been helpful just for clarity for them to have shown all of the other tweets. The story continues. There was how Price responded to Dore's tweets the next day, Independence Day, a national holiday in the U.S., where ArenaNet is based at the core of the issue. It says, quote, "Thanks for trying to tell me what to do internally, my dude. 9 out of 9, she replied. She then retweeted Detroit's remarks to her larger Twitter followers, saying, Today, in being a female game developer, quote, allow me, a person who does not work with you, explain to you how to do your job." Yeah, okay, totally. That's not just an indicator of making the company look bad. That's an indicator of somebody who literally can't take criticism and is so wrapped up in the SJW thought that anybody disagreeing with you whatsoever, if you're a female, is being a misogynist and being sexist. It's just that victim mentality. So yeah, we don't need people like Price from that response in the game industry. They've already infected the game industry way too much. Getting rid of them is a good thing, in my opinion. Let's see. Minutes later, she added, like the next radio butt hat, although it's ASS hat, who attempts to explain the concept of branching dialogue to me, as if you know, having worked in the game narrative for a effing decade, I have never heard of it, is getting insta-blocked PSA. So, like, just on a rage. Just a totally inappropriate response. Not something you should do publicly. Not something that your co-workers want to hear internally, I imagine, either. Let's see. So what got the other guy in trouble? The discussion spread wider and people waded in from all sides. Peter Fries, the other writer fired by ArenaNet, jumped in at this point. This tweet has since been removed, but a cached version was saved. Fries, in response to someone complaining Price was playing the gender card, said, "Here's a bit of insight that I legitimately hope he reflects on. She never asked for his feedback. These are our private social media accounts." No, they're not. They're not set to private. You're talking Twitter. Twitter's not private. That's just a straight up lie. Twitter has never been a private way of having communications. That's not what Twitter is. So clearly he doesn't understand Twitter, and secondly, he's we've got a guy who, in general parlance, is white knighting, standing up for her. Probably because he's also an SJW, maybe because he knows her personally, but
Welcome to my
certainly she called a storm of controversy, Jessica Price, onto herself. Let's see. What else did he say? Imagine if you're an astronomer and you start sharing some things you've learned in the last month since you've been researching on a research process observing Saturn, only to have observation techniques explained to you by a layman. I imagine that does happen. I imagine it happens to everybody. Particularly if you're talking in public about your job. This is really just more evidence to my growing opinion that nobody should be allowed on social media in the video game industry. Nobody except for PR. And I don't even think it's specifically for the video game industry. I think just any job, you should not put where you work. You should have your private Facebook at best and not get on Twitter and not cause controversy. Jessica Price did an AMA, so she had already stepped potentially out of the bounds of what the company wanted her to do. Maybe they approved the AMA, but then I don't know why you would do that. So I got this pack that I'm opening right now on Hearthstone through a watch and learn. So I just wanted to point that out. So it wasn't the agent account that had the watch and learn. Interesting. And that'll just all turn into dust, I'm sure. Yep. 5 cards dusted into 40 dust. But that leaves us with only 1 daily quest. Win 3 games with Paladin and Warrior. Let's do it. And after I get these done, I'll be done with everything I need to do. Let's play Secret Paladin. Yeah. Secret Paladin, we'll try that. Let's see, later. Fries added. Today is a national holiday. It is the day off after working hard for months on recent content. If I'm being embarrassing and unprofessional, it's because I'm enjoying a beverage in the sun in my backyard, and this nonsense is being directed at someone I respect. Jessica is great at her job and deserves to be treated with respect, was the gist of what I was reacting to. So yeah, again, I can almost see had Fries just been a little bit smarter, he would have been able to stay out of this and not step into controversy. It feels a lot like how the creators of Firewatch stepped in the controversy and threatened to DMCA PewDiePie based on something PewDiePie did that had nothing to do whatsoever with Firewatch, and that caused them a lot of like problems. Certainly a lot of negative reviews on Steam. There's another quote here from Jessica Price. Since we've got a lot of hurt man feels today, let me make something clear. This is my feed. I'm not on the clock here. I'm not your emotional courtesan just because I'm a dev. Don't expect me to pretend to like you here. There's an argument that I may have made in the past if somebody, say, got arrested or did something off of the job, like say they got drunk at a bar and got arrested for bar fighting. There's an argument that if you work at McDonald's, that McDonald's shouldn't fire you for that immediately or at all, because you're just, if you're just a burger flipper at McDonald's, you're not really representing the company. That argument does not stand up well for video game developers who are at any time allowed in any way to represent the company. I think inherently all companies now want all employees to represent the company at all times, and it's crazy to demand a code of conduct, but it's kind of what we've gotten to, is that you have to act professionally even when you're not hired. Arguably, I would say both of these employees are probably salaried, so technically they're always on the clock. And no company is gonna waste time on defending a employee who does something that embarrasses the company. They're just gonna fire him. It's that simple. They're gonna take the path of least resistance. Let's see. Price made one more comment further into the evening. That they, yeah, we already talked about that. Let's see. Dobre, apparently, the person who criticized her in the first place and set her off on what was a 2-day rant, came back and said, quote, "In a world where discussion should be encouraged and not belittled, yet the opposite becomes the reality. I've apparently found myself in the midst of a war I never intended to partake in. Disappointed, that's all. Hashtag I'm a feminist. And so, which I guess he felt the need to say that. Fair enough, since he was being accused of being a misogynist. I assume it's a he. The irony here would be even worse if Dobre actually is a female. Neither Price, Fries, or Dobre have responded to the Mike O'Brien's announcement, which was posted the 5th of July. And here's where your gamer's editorialization comes into question, and they start to add their own opinion. But why fire them at all? Why not give them a warning first? Were Price's comments really so strong as to warrant an automatic removal? Yes, absolutely. Just completely unprofessional. Like, I would not want to spend another day with an employee who did something like that publicly. How bad are they in private? Like, you have to kind of assume that they're going to be 10 times worse when people aren't looking, or that they're just so oblivious to the normal social norms and expectations. So yeah, Price, it totally makes sense. Fries, maybe you could give him a warning. He's also been there a lot longer, but you can always flip that the other way and say he's been there 13 years. He should have known better. It could also be that both of these are getting fired and then they'll just secretly get hired back. It's not the first time that there have been scenarios where companies have tried to kill controversy by quote-unquote firing the offending employee and then secretly hiring them back later. But yeah, that certainly was that. Let's see if we can... We'll take a little bit of break on that conversation. I know there's several other articles about that, and so we'll see if there's something there that will add to the conversation. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. So I need to kill this. Probably could kill these two. There we go. We have a game called Draft Day Sports College Football 2018 on Steam. It's an indie simulation American football game. Graphics look alright, but it is mostly still just a spreadsheet game. And the whole idea of doing like a fantasy league simulation sports game, which Fantasy League is a little bit different. It seems like there are more games like this coming out. Maybe now is the time that games like that would certainly come out, but I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna kill that, and win. So, while this isn't a game for me, I think College Football Draft Day Sports might be a game for people who like that. Although, their 2016 game Draft Day Sports Pro Basketball 2017 is negatively reviewed, and of the 6 other games that they have listed, none have ever gotten a positive review. So, this developer in this game may not be the right one to play. So let's move forward and keep on playing Secret Paladin. Don't break the streak. So, I believe this game was in early access and beta for a long time because this is like a Jim Sterling game that he covered back when he was covering games as just kind of a ridiculous game. It's called Super Kinky. That's SUPER space KINKY in case you need to spell it. And it's kind of a Doom clone, just full of a lot of sexual references and like phallic shaped penis swords and you're fighting skeletons that are running towards you in kind of an arena, and you're playing, I think, as the female character. They seem to have, I don't think they had this ghoul female-ish character before. So they seem like they've actually put some effort into this. This really did feel like a game that A, may never have gotten out of early access, and B, may have very possibly been banned. It feels like it also could have been held back a little bit. When you compare this to, say, Agony or Lust for Darkness, which came out in the meantime, Super Kinky feels a little bit tame in comparison. And that's kind of weird. I wonder if perhaps the fact that Valve came out with their no more censorship argument policy changed their release schedule, and they said, okay, now is the time to get this game out because we have the best chance we're ever going to get of not being disallowed on Steam. The problem though with Super Kinky is it's kind of a shame. I kind of want to play this game just for fun, but like it's not very good looking, and it's really horribly reviewed. See, there's just like girls in their underwear that are point pickups and health pickups. Otherwise, this just looks like a pretty badly animated arena demon shooter. And that's kind of it seems. So let's look at the reviews. The first review is not recommended. It says, look, I'm sorry for posting this, but I must. First off, I supported this game and its devs from the initial game greenlight submission to its release, and I was waiting in anticipation for this game. So it's been certainly a while.
The battle! The battle!
Also keep in mind that I realize this game is made by a very, very small team, but to me it's no excuse for a game of the quality I've experienced. It goes on, it has a paragraph of map design. The first sentence says the map design is just plain awful. Let's see. Technical specs. I have a $1,000 computer with a GTX 1050 that runs games such as Alan Wake and Metro Redux at max setting with consistent 60 frames per second. This game is not graphically intensive at all and should therefore have no issues maintaining 60 frames per second. Gameplay, one of the few positives is the gameplay. Art design is fine, but not much time to look at it when we're not given much of a chance to really examine what is clearly a passion project from an artistic point of view. There's no pause menu, which is not excusable. Seems like there's no also like character 3D model mode. Toggle at the character models, which would probably be appreciated from a game like this.
The battle! The battle! The battle!
Let's see. So a lot of people supported this. Here's a shorter review, not recommended. It says buggy as F, no video settings or Windows move, consistently crashes with 2 monitors, super kinky, but needs work. Can't recommend it without the issue fixes. And so yeah, I'll keep an eye on this game, I guess, and wishlist it, but at mostly negative right now. 33% of the 15 user reviews in the past 30 days are positive, and 40% over the lifetime of this game as it's been in early access. And I'm pretty sure they've kind of toned down at least the screenshots in this game. Oh, and here's Jim Sterling in the game. So they've got a screenshot of a skeleton that looks exactly like the way Jim Sterling dresses up. So I wouldn't be surprised if you hear him talk about it again, assuming he wants to talk about video games. Which he probably doesn't too much these days. One of the things that
Let me light the way.
That was kind of interesting. Well, no, it wasn't interesting. It was downright boring and awful. Is the Jimquisition this week was mostly just a rant of all 3 of the people on Jimquisition, including Jim Sterling, against people who complain or criticize or comment on their YouTube videos. And I'm like, seriously, you guys need to get over this. You've been doing YouTube, you've been public figures for years now. You can't bring up this stuff. You can't play the victim and be butthurt that there are trolls on the internet. I don't know why people don't get that, or think they can get away with pretending like they're upset when they have no really right to be upset. Look, if somebody has called you a jerk every day of your life, you know they're going to continue to call you a jerk. You can't be upset the millionth time they've done it. Moving on, we have a game called Super... No, not Super SU. It's Supsu, S-U-P-E-S-U. Sounds like a Linux program for like rooting an Android. I believe is there's an Android app when you root your phone called Super SU, for SU standing for Super User.
For the light.
To battle.
This game, Supsu, is a single-screen Unity game where you're rotating blocks. It's kind of like a puzzle, 3-dimensional game. It looks interesting enough that I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if anybody will review it. Some of these single-screen Unity games can introduce puzzle ideas that, like, this kind of is like an exploded Rubik's Cube concept. Might be a way to describe it. It's 40% off for $1.19, so I'm willing to run the risk on that. How much more news do we have? Well, I am learning to break up early and break up often. It's been an hour again, so let's break up here and do a 3rd recording. My dreams of getting all of the news done in 2 recordings seem to be impossible. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, friend me on Steam, gift me a game. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, July the 6th. Yep, we're in July. We've got a lot of news to do and just a little bit of Paladin and Warrior victories. to try to get. We broke our streak on Secret Paladin, so let's try Weapon Warrior. And let's hop into the news pretty quickly and try to get as much of this done, well, all of this done in an hour. TechRaptor has an article, The Creator's Journey, a profile of the indie action RPG Monmouth by Rat Tower. Rat Tower is a one-man studio working on a one-man show called Monmouth. So this is an article advertising Monmouth from TechRaptor, or it's not as much of an advertisement as a half advertisement, half interview, because I'm seeing a lot of quotes here that they've gotten from the developer. This, I think, is the best thing that any indie developer, game developer can do, is take a written interview or a conversational interview, if you can trust yourself not to go off on wild tangents and spout gibberish or promise the moon. You can take a verbal interview, but written interviews are probably the best thing you could do. It's like, have somebody say, probably they want, the news journalist will want to talk to you, say, I will, if you submit your questions, I'll return them back to you in written form so I can think about them and give you fully well thought out completed things. They may push back on that and say, no, we actually want to talk to you, and then you can just say no until you've gotten better at it.
Reporting for duty.
You can't do follow-up questions through a written interview, and the conversation becomes pretty single-sided. But I think that's the first thing you should do. That's the best way to respond and get some advertisement out on your game and about your game and about the development. Arguably, maybe some people do start getting pulled in two different directions. Like, I could see the argument that some developers get so tied up about talking about developing the game and loving the process of developing a game that they lose focus on actually finishing the game. Maybe the Yandere dev of Yandere Simulator might be too caught up into the process of actually developing games and not enough in the effort of actually finishing that project. And that certainly would explain his desire every now and then to add more content or add more features when it should have been feature locked years ago. But yeah, interviews I think are the way to go. Maybe do AMAs, but if you can respond to it. Of course, I just earlier today when streaming talked about somebody who did an AMA and went off on the rant for 2 days and got fired. So you've got to really trust yourself, and if you can't trust yourself, which is fair enough, then I think you've got to hand off all PR, all public relations to a different department, a different person, and that's not really a bad idea, frankly. Just have the nerds who are socially awkward program the game, and the very socially adept PR people handle the press conferences. Have a nice little barrier there between the two where nothing can be misconstrued or said wrong. Moving on now, Rock Paper Shotgun has an article, the live-action visual novel 428 Shibuya Scramble is bound for PC. I've never heard of this game, but a live-action visual novel is slightly interesting. There are full-motion video games already out, but they usually aren't put put or described as a visual novel. Shibuya, by the way, is like the busiest intersection in Tokyo because it's right near the it's right near the train station, and so there's a lot of people walking and causing trouble. No, they don't cause trouble. Usually, in this game, they cause trouble. But in general, yeah, I'm not sure if this is so much a visual novel as it is more of a choose your adventure game. But I'll certainly keep an eye on it. I'll wish list it. 428 Shibuya Scramble. It's going in a lot of different directions with the story. Oh, that didn't work. Well, we need... If warrior weapon doesn't work, let's try warrior in range. Let's see, we already talked about that game. There's a game on Steam called Opus Mortem. And what kind of game is it?
Garrosh versus
Doesn't look like it's animated very well, and every screenshot is the same. It seems like it's some kind of puzzle game where only the smallest sliver of the bottom part actually moves. It might be like a rhythm game or a single-handed game. It says play as death, test your reflexes while trying to redirect souls to their respective destinations. Don't worry if it's a bit hard at the beginning. Every work gets easier with time and experience. Yeah, so this really feels like it's like a one control game. It seems like you just press spacebar on it.
Job's done.
Trailers, a weird live action trailer video instead of actual gameplay. This game is 10% off for $1.79, and it seems like, yeah, maybe it's best described as a clicker game, or somebody's describing it as an indie reaction game. This is the second game from this developer. The one before this has never been reviewed. So I just don't see anything in Opus Magnum that interests me. It's too simplistic. Let's play this.
It's time for a little blood.
Next game we have is a game called Garage: Bad Trip. It's an action indie gore violent game according to the tags. And it seems like it's a retro style twin stick shooter according to the video. Top down twin stick shooter with jump scares according to the video. Let's see what the screenshots alone look like. I don't know what the question is. What gets me to play a twin stick shooter game? Because I'm not 100% sure there. I'm not sure if I never want to play a twin stick shooter if it requires it to be extremely good. Like, I'd play Smash TV for its historical reference, and I'm looking at a screenshot that looks very much like Smash TV. But also I know Smash TV is like an incredibly hard game that is really short. Let's see. This is the first game for this developer. They want $14.99. It's rated infra mature according to this. The 3 reviews they have are from websites I've never even heard about. I'm gonna wishlist this game and just keep an eye on it. I'm gonna have to do some soul searching as far as whether I want twin stick shooters in my life or not. Let's see, is this even in English? No, this is a Spanish only game. You don't see a lot of Spanish only games. De Phobos y Demos. So that's sounds like the something of gods. Is it like the wings of gods or something? I don't know, I don't speak Spanish. It looks like it's just an RPG Maker game, whatever it is. Interesting to see a Spanish only game though. I would question whether I would rather question if there's enough of a market to sell games on Steam just in Spanish. Well, also this game is free to play, so that's another thing to think about, I guess. We have a game called WISGR, Wisger. Says it's an action adventure RPG indie game. A game that takes place on the planet Wisger. The darkness emerges, defeated after years of being defeated by the light. A man named Both tries to save the planet that will be ruined. Looking at the animation, it doesn't look terrible, but it is a little blurry in the way it's being shown too. They may have added some blur to hide some basic marker drawings. That's what I'd call these. They're missing shading and detail to make them look realistic. Like this.
Made to fit.
Rush.
Defend the gates.
This.
To me.
I strike.
Let's see. Let's get into the screenshots. Wisger looks like it's a Diablo-esque top-down loot hack and slasher type game, very much like Diablo. So what would convince me to buy this game? It's $7.99, and if I was gonna play that, says you need more than 3 hours to finish the game. That's not a selling point, really. $7.99 to play a game that looks a lot like Diablo from a developer who's made nothing else, when I should probably just play Diablo 3. Yeah, I can't in my head justify that.
I live to serve the Lich King.
Let's do this. So I'm gonna do this. And then like I kind of have to kill this one, or I end here. I'm just gonna end here. Next game we have on Steam is called Bad Bots Rise. It says it's an early access action adventure indie game. These tags aren't adding anything to it. Evade traps and destroy enemies in a 2D side-scrolling environment. Yep, it looks like an 8-bit 2D platformer type game. Doesn't look like there's anything unique enough about it to catch my attention. Kind of a short number of screenshots, and while it does have a video which is required, the video itself is also kind of short. So this is an English and Portuguese game, early access $4.99 with no discount. I don't think there's any reason why I'd want to play Bad Bots Rise. It's also the only game from this developer. Right.
Your torture will continue.
Let's do this.
To me!
Close that. I've got a game on Steam just called Talk. It seems to be... What's the name of that game? It seems to be the more traditional way. You play... It's not the game of life. Parcheesi, maybe? No.
The light has betrayed me.
Well, whatever that game is, this looks like a very simplistic board game. It has pegs, 4 players with 4 different color pegs, and cards that you play, and the cards determine where the pegs go around, and I believe the pegs are supposed to go around in a full loop and then land at the final place where they started, basically. Let's see, how much is Talk? Talk is 10% off for $7.19. It's not visually done well. Big question why you would play this instead of Tabletop Simulator, which would give you a lot more of an excuse to work on playing a bunch of other games too. So yeah, let's close Talk. Nothing there. We've got a game called Gates of Nowhere. It's already mixed with 66% of 15 user reviews being positive. It's a gore, violent, action, adventure, horror VR game. Since it's a VR game, immediately it's not included for consideration. I just am covering them, I suppose, for now. At a certain point, I may just stop covering VR games. This game looks really good, so it was probably reviewed poorly because there's nothing to do in it. It's 20% off for $11.19, which is pretty cheap for VR games because they have that premium. Let's see. Our first not recommended review says, I think whoever did the graphics was extremely talented. The whole world looks very beautiful and the atmosphere is perfect. There was an area room with blue flame reflecting on the pool of water in front of it. And it was beautiful and immersive, just kept staring at it for some time, admiring the beauty of it. But many other aspects of the game need to be improved. I noticed the devs being responsive and open to changes, so I might as well work out it, so it might work out in the future. Let's see. The inventory interface is bad. There's a lack of sound effects and ambient sound. There's a lack of game content. A demon comes running at you, you kill it, then you pick up a key for close to it, you go through the door, and then again demons in the same way attack. Again key.
I wonder.
So like a very good looking game with just no programming behind it. Gates of Nowhere. So yeah, I won't be wishlisting that.
It's time for a little blood.
Next game we have on Steam is called Hue Defense, which looks like it's a tower defense game. Let's see how much it is. 10% off for $17.99. I don't know who these people are joking with these extremely expensive tower defense games. It's ridiculous. Just really, really ridiculous to ask that much for a tower defense game. Okay, so Gamasutra also has that same article about the Guild Wars 2 writers dismissed after a Twitter spat with a streamer. Spat again, yellow journalism, very much editorializing. That's I mean, I don't know. I can only editorialize also, and I think it's more accurate to describe it as a Twitter rant against a streamer, YouTuber, but you gotta editorialize some way here. You could have wrote the top as Guild Wars 2 writers dismissed after unprofessional behavior on Twitter. Yes, that's what you do. If you want to keep this unbiased, you quote what ArenaNet says in total. So you go Guild Wars 2's dismissed after quote, and then you quote in the response that ArenaNet said how they described it.
Back to work.
But yeah, Gamma Sutra is very much kind of it's 100% yes, a pro video game industry website. So they're not going to take it from any opinion other than that. But they do tend to, because they let so many people just put their own blogs on there, they do tend to allow the extreme SJWs to also have a little bit of control. So it's a little surprising to see Gamma Sutra editorializing here at all, but whatever. I mean, you kind of knew this was going to happen. That everybody in the games media is going to try, and the mainstream games media is going to try to spin what was obviously the right action as a bad action. Like, the update here is down at the bottom is Price is concerned about the precedent of the termination set, especially when it comes to the systematic online harassment faced by women in the industry. Crying victim of harassment after you go on a rant and you kind of encouraged other people. You kind of had hoped that your Twitter followers would have harassed the YouTuber because you retweeted his comments and said something snide, which like all of these responses should have never been in public and on Twitter. You should have just ignored them. She would have been better just blocking him if she didn't want to listen to the very legitimate criticism that these streamers seem to be making. She could have just blocked him, muted him. She would have been fine then. She could have continued to be her usual SJW self who sees the world through such a heavily tinted oppression Olympics glasses that she doesn't even see reality. Most of them don't. Like they're so up their own butt they can't even see the world. Let's see. There's a quote here from, I assume, Price. Game companies are generally unwilling to be honest with themselves and about how they're complicit in creating and sustaining that environment. Like, honestly, maybe Price was already on her way out, and this is a way of getting her attention. Like, it could certainly have been that way. When I think about jobs that I would have wanted to leave on different terms, you know, getting some attention and trying to look like the victim might have been a good plan if it really worked that way. I don't think it's gonna super work that way because most people don't care, particularly future employers. With every statement Price is making here, she is extremely lowering the chances that any other video game company is ever going to want to hire her. writers in particular are probably some of the best people that you should keep hidden in the background and not have them talk to the public, because let's face it, a lot of them have controversial opinions that are better hidden. Let's see, Ender's Game is a great example of that, where people were not happy with the opinions of the writer of Ender's Game after they found out what they were. Let's see. Here's another quote. Such creatives are perceived as being responsible for the way the game is more than customer support. Customers are basically tying up their employees and setting them on a railroad tracks for angry people to run over. No, Price set herself up. To use this analogy correctly, she tied herself up to the railroad tracks doing an AMA and then let people to be angry. But she's also spinning this as if people are so mad at her and demanding that she be fired and the company is just caving. I think the company is clearly doing it right. If nobody saw the Twitter comments other than her employee, and she said the things she said, she still should have been fired. Because even if it's not an issue of her embarrassing the company, there's still very much an issue of her just showing her true colors as an unprofessional person that you don't want to work with. Here's a great one. I understood being afraid when you see a Reddit mob coming for you, but if people with less power can weather it, and we do regularly, so can he. I don't know who she's quoting here in this quote. I assume this is Price in this quote and not the other employee who I guess maybe she's saying that the co-founder, the person in charge, Mike O'Brien of ArenaNet, should have weathered Reddit's complaining about the unprofessionalism of her and should have stood behind her. This employee who's only been working for a year and brought all this on herself. Ridiculous.
That was wild. I fight. I fight.
A grim destiny. A grim
Repent.
destiny. A grim destiny.
The quote here is, no, this isn't a quote, this is just editorializing by Gamma Sutra, I suppose. The firing served as a bleak example for the employees of ArenaNet. The message is very, quote, the message is very clear, especially to women of the company of Reddit. Once you fired, will fire you, Price says. The last quote here is, the quality of your work doesn't matter, your personal space, your personal social media is not yours. They're still trying to definitely push the idea that Twitter is some kind of personal, private social media service, which it isn't. It just isn't. So, yeah, there's some weirdness in that. Like, there's literally no way to make Twitter be personal. And she started by doing an AMA on Reddit, and Reddit is definitely not a personal, private thing. Let's see. Your personal social media is not yours. You're on the clock 100% of the time. She was probably salaried, so she probably was on the clock 100% of the time. At least you can make that argument. We own you. You're not allowed to be yourself. You're not allowed to get frustrated. You're not allowed to have your own space to breathe. You're not allowed to be public embarrassment. Like, the only way we're going to get some of the hostility out of the internet and the world today is to encourage and put social pressure on people to not feel completely 100% safe to make themselves look really, really bad. And Price certainly made themselves really, really bad. What's interesting about this Gamma Sutra article, which is kind of a follow-up to the story, is you don't see the other employee saying or getting quoted here. I think he's learned his lesson to keep his mouth shut, maybe, at least for a little while, where Price is literally just losing it and still ranting, and probably be ranting for weeks and weeks. And honestly, it's a good question as far as a news journalist. At what point do you drop the story and stop giving a platform to Price and letting her own comments just continue drama and make it worse? I think for me, and as far as the video game industry effect here, the story is done. Like, Price, as an employee who got herself fired by being extremely rude and SJWE, and going on a rant on Twitter, like, now that she's no longer an employee for a game company, and until if she ever becomes an employee for a game company again, her comments, opinions don't matter to me, because they really don't matter to the game industry. So I can, if I see any more news stories about her talking, I'm gonna have to heavily evaluate whether those stories need to be repeated. Moving on, that was Gamma Sutra. Gamatsu, which has an article, The Nilki and the Legendary Alchemist, has more details now about the town building flow. Like most Japanese games, they are just trickling out information about their games. Nilki and the Legendary Alchemist is coming out for the PS4, Switch, and Vita in 2018 in Japan. Seems like no word yet if it's coming out anywhere else.
Silver Moon shall not fall. Glory to the Sindora.
Join or die.
Let's check that. Check that. We have a game on Steam called Welcome to the Pool Hall. Looks like it might be a VR game. No, it's early access, 30% off for $3.49. It, for the most part, looks like an asset flip. It would be kind of weird to make an asset flip that's trying to be a pool game. That's kind of all that's here. This says Welcome to the Pool Hall, but it's basically an empty box of a room with a bar that has no alcohol or mirrors or anything behind it. Like, it has a antler mirror or something, like the cutout of a deer head in a mirror flowing behind it, and that's it. And there's one jukebox in the corner. There are no well, there's some stools, yes, I see them. There's no tables, there's no details at all. So why even spend time making the 3D environment when you're gonna only kind of half do it?
To Northrend!
Winter is here.
Let's see.
Evil will be purged.
You know, I should have just attacked with that, and then I could have
Well
won.
played.
Victory or death.
Remember, kill the loss.
Can't win them all.
There we go. Yeah, Welcome to the Pool Hall, early access, $3.49. Total garbage game, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Go Vacation for the Switch has a trailer, so it seems almost like it's a Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee tie-in by that same name. But but it's not. It's just a resort games collection due out July 25th. It is from Nintendo and Bandai combined.
Arthas versus Rexar.
So the Nintendo Switch is, I guess, trying to push the Go name as a brand. Go Vacation looks kind of like a Pilot Wings type game, with a bunch of different activities to do to expand it from being just Pilot Wings. I guess it's slightly questionable how many of these events and actions are just going to be small little examples of the Joy-Cons and their abilities. There's a skating game, there's a Pokemon Snap photography mode, there's seems to be a snow section to do a bunch of snow and skiing things. So I kind of think all of these small things probably aren't going to work amazingly well, but they'll work well enough to keep most people interested. There's horse riding, there's parasailing, there's boating. Seems like it all has 4-player playability amongst one screen. Not a bad looking game. I assume it's gonna come to the West. It has a villa that you can decorate, and it looks like there might be little collectibles that you can find around the island. And it's 4 different sections. You can get a dog. Yeah, they're combining the ideas of several games that would have been sold as separate games on the DS. They basically made a vacation game where you would never want to leave your vacation. Let's see. Like marine and mountain fishing with 30 species of fish, 40 types of animals to photograph, find boxes with rewards dropped by plane. Go Vacation looks like a game that could be an unsung hero if you were a parent. Get that for your kids. It's probably not going to be controversial. PC Gamer has an article, our highest review scores of 2018 so far. Let's see, Luminous Remastered, Yoko Islands Express, Moonlighter, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, Cultist Simulator, Super Mega Baseball. Cultist Simulator in particular was a game that they would not shut up about on PC Gamer, and I'm pretty sure they were getting paid to promote it a lot. Pillars of Eternity 2, Swords of Ditto. Swords of Ditto I don't think is a game anybody really needs to play. It was hyped, and then the hype died so fast, and the reviews of real players on Steam aren't that great. Let's see, where'd I stop? Be back. Battletech, Frostpunk, Pillars of Earth, no surprises here, Fortnite, Far Cry 5, Octahedron, Northgard,
What would
Ni no Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom.
For the crusade!
Reporting for duty. The battle!
I fight.
And Surviving Mars, Final Fantasy 15, Kerbal Space Program Making History. Apparently there's a whole next page here. Kingdom Come Deliverance, Warhammer, Full Metal Furies, Chuckle, Case of Distrust, Into the Breach. This is like every game they played. Rust this year so far. Final Fantasy 12, The Zodiac Age, Civilization 6, Dragon Ball Fighters, Subnautica, Celeste, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. This is like an amazing clickbait trick here.
What would Uther
You're just going to like you're just gonna constantly have
eyes are open.
The battle!
have a list going of every game you've made and then say, well, these are the top reviewed games. Some of the reviews they're giving are 78%. That was like they needed to get it down to a top 10 and one page. Yep, that was a pointless article. We've got a game called The Island Combat on Steam. The name seems generic. Interestingly enough, watching the trailer, the graphics look good. The thing about asset flips certainly is that now if you put in enough effort, things can look really, really good. And arguably, this game is on par, if not better, than PUBG in graphics. And who's to say if it plays that well? It really doesn't kind of matter how well it plays or what it looks like when you're talking about a game like PUBG, because it's where the player base is, and the player base is clearly on Fortnite Battle Royale. This is another game that's English and Portuguese Brazil. Maybe Steam did something to push and like
My duty is to the king.
maybe they pushed the thought of Portuguese developers publishing games. And that's why we're seeing more Portuguese games. This is early access, 30% for $1.39. So it still looks like an asset flip, even if it's really pretty. The name, The Island Combat, is not unique or intelligent, so why should I believe the game is unique or intelligent? So close that tab.
Which tracks to
Rock Paper Shotgun has an article. Fortnite Playground mode is a first step towards full creative mode. I don't think you really need to say much more than that. They have a link here of somebody who made Mario Kart in Fortnite. I saw that there was a video of that. And the shopping carts and building large ramps are interesting ways to do things. Let's see. An article from Rock Paper Shotgun about Fortnite. Kind of, I guess maybe there was a reason to talk about it. Maybe there wasn't.
Uther do?
This. Kill that. My turn. Gematsu has an article. Asterix and Obelix XXL2 Remaster and Asterix and Obelix XXL3 have been announced for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. They will launch November 29th, I believe. I've never heard of Asterix and Obelix. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out for these because they are going to come to PC. All I'm seeing is one screenshot, and it seems like it might be an open world 3D adventure game, a la some of the Nintendo 64 games. Super Mario 64, I guess, might be a good example, although I don't think it actually is a great example compared to some of the Banjo-Kazooie games. Yeah, Asterix and Obelix XL3 is coming out late 2019. So I need to see if maybe Asterix in Obelix 1 is out and what the difference between the regular version and XXL is. I need to do some research. And usually I don't have to do research. Usually the articles tell me something. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Etrian Odyssey X Adventures of Tharsis Classic Trailer. let's see. Let's look at this trailer. This is a Atlas RPG that I think, yeah, it's coming out for the 3DS August 2nd in Japan. It's a little surprising that they're still slowly trickling out some things for the 3DS. But I imagine what the case is that there's still a considerable number of games that are in development for the 3DS, and as long as those stop are still in development, Nintendo will continue to support the platform.
Repent! Repent!
It is also worth mentioning that really only about now PlayStation has Sony has said that they're gonna drop support for the Vita worldwide. So a lot of Vita games or games that were in development for the Vita actually could be just getting ported really quickly and easily to the 3DS, and Nintendo might experience a bump in 3DS games more than there normally would have been as people migrate from the Vita to the 3DS. Although that would be a really dumb thing for anybody to do. It's clearly smarter at this point to, if you need to pivot your platform away from the Vita, which would be pretty expensive, you should definitely immediately pivot it to the Nintendo Switch. Or get away from portable consoles altogether. A lot of people are pivoting Vita games to just the eShop on the PlayStation Store, or even Xbox in the rare occasions. Let's see, did we already cover the PC gamer version of this story? Guild War 2's writers fired following heated Twitter exchange with streamer. Again, more yellow journalism and editorialization here, saying heated Twitter exchange. From what I've seen actually reported, there literally was a criticism response that Price didn't respond to, and instead went on to a rant. So I don't know if there was much of a conversation there. Somebody responded to something you said, and then something Price said, and then Price decided to go on a rant. That's not a conversation. Yeah, that is not a heated Twitter exchange. And it seems like PC Gamer is mostly just reporting what was said to Kotaku and The Verge and Eurogamer. Like, and the person who posted the criticism, Dobre, is really just walking out smelling like roses, and he should, because he simply said what he had to say and then seems to have not responded at all, which was no response is usually the right response in many scenarios. Gamer Sutra has an article. Todd Howard reminds developers, we can do anything, period, we just can't do everything. Todd Howard is later, I imagine this article is just more things that he said. Apparently Todd Howard was in a long interview and said a lot of different things. Why we particularly want to listen to what Todd Howard has to say is kind of questionable, because he kind of, like, he's not as bad as Peter Molyneux, but he sometimes overpromises in the past. And frankly, whatever he says doesn't matter. The next Elder Scrolls game will come out when it comes out, and Fallout 76 will be the thing that it is, regardless of what anybody says. So whatever he has to say only is either a confirmation or a non-confirmation of what is going to happen with the games. It's not a real insight or helpful bit of information for players to play. Let's see, we've got a game on Steam called Jade's Dungeon Descent. The exciting unlockable dungeon crawler from the Shunyan saga is now available as a standalone game. If your Steam library is clogged with unplayed games, then this micro game is for you. A brief experience with no grinding and no upgrading, just play. Interesting. This doesn't look like it's a bad game. Actually looks pretty nice. Now when I hear Jade, which is, you know, not the most historically accurate name for a Chinese lady, I would imagine. When I hear the name Jade, I'm thinking of Jade from Jackie Chan Adventures cartoon. This is not that. This is just a Chinese girl that seems like she's in a dungeon crawler brawler with some combo moves when you're fighting bosses, but also top-down fighting. Doesn't look too bad. It's in English, simplified, and traditional Chinese. It's $1.99. The thing I would want to go here is look at the developer and see if they've got this other game, this Shunyan Saga. Shunyan Saga is on Steam, but it's from a different developer, and it's rated very positive from August 8th, 2017. 90% of 131 user reviews.
Which path to choose?
So I'm in a weird place now where I could spend $20 for Shunyan Saga and do the whole story, or I could do the simplified cutout of that game.
Which path?
That's a very interesting thing. I'm gonna see if maybe I could
My duty is to the king.
get both of those games and play them and do a back-to-back comparison.
For the king.
For the skirt!
Act now!
Join or die.
Turn. So yeah, both of those games look good. I'm gonna wishlist them both. Let's move on. We've got a game called World of Virtual Reality, or World of VR. Seems like it's a simplistic assortment of little test demos of VR, probably in no way any better than dozens of others. In fact, probably a lot worse because they're doing multiple things instead of focusing on one. It's 10% off for $3.59, so the price is more realistic at least, but it doesn't look visually good. This World of VR seems to be half archery and things like that, and then half other things that are less thought of. Like there's a boxing mode, there's some horror-esque elements here. Like these are really just random test demos. I'm looking at dinosaurs, and I think I just saw a guy with guns. This is the example of asset flips in VR is what it is. I know the Amazon Prime Day doesn't happen until the 16th, but Prime Day sales have already started. Not Prime Day sales, but Prime Day giveaways have started. So if you can get to them and watch the videos and enter in the contests, you might win something. You are competing against a lot of people, certainly. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article, Best
Bring
PC
victory.
Gaming Deals of
Life
this week. Let's see what
smiles
it
upon
is.
the just.
They say Shenmue 1 and 2, Sonic the Hedgehog from the Humble Store. Where was Shenmue 1 and 2? From a company called Voodoo, V-O-I-D-U. Just gonna have 3 turns right there. Sonic the Hedgehog from the Humble Store. Apparently all the Sonic games are 75% off. If you were friend me on Steam and see any of the Sonic games that I'm missing, which I'm missing, I think a considerable amount of them, getting Steam keys through the Humble Store cheap is a good way to accomplish that. As a way of gifting it. And if you have any Steam keys anywhere, you can just direct message them to me on Twitter and I'll be very appreciative. Let's see. Good Old Game has Red Faction Gorilla Remastered. I would applaud Rock Paper Shotgun here, at least not focusing on one specific place to get these games and actually looking for the best deals. Although I might argue that this Voodoo company might have been paid for product placement. Dead Cells with a code from Voodoo. Some of these have codes. You can get the Logan HD digital movie. What does that have to do with games? This was PC gaming deals. There's a 4K TV that you can get in the UK, and Google Pixel 2 you can get in the UK, and Blade Runner on Blu-ray, and Insert Coin is apparently a nerd TV clothing sale that's having a sale because it's their birthday as a company.
Right away. Do my thing.
Let's see. The Drop Mix music gaming system from Best Buy is on sale. I'm not sure you'd really want to buy that. Twitch merchandise is half off for all US citizens because of the Prime Day stuff. Half of these sales are not gaming related though. When you're buying a TV, maybe you could stretch it to that, to include that, but
Tortola, preserve us! Do my thing!
not really. I don't think I'll be looking at too many articles like that. We already talked about the game Black Dream. We already talked about Me in Dungeons. Open Space 2D is an awful looking game. Asteroid clone, $5.99. We can close that real fast.
Do my thing!
Gametsu has an article. Island for PC English version launches this summer. The Front Wing visual novel gets a release window. Let's see. Front Wing will release the English version for Island for PC via Steam this summer. The company announced at Anime Expo 2018. And if you ever wonder why there aren't too many games announced at E3 that are anime-esque, it's because Anime Expo is only a couple weeks later and you'll get much better coverage there. So, this game Island, it apparently has the English already in it. Looking at it, it's your standard anime girls, drawn nicely by what I assume is a real Japanese company with real Japanese animators who put quality into it. And it's in English and Japanese, visual novel. No tags for sex or anything like that, so maybe that doesn't exist in this one. Not 100% certain that this is a dating simulator, or if it's more of a story about surviving on an island, or just having an adventure on an island. Yeah, this one doesn't seem like it has any romance options either. I often overemphasize how many of the visual novels are actually romance games more than they actually are. Let's keep on playing until we're done with the news, and then we'll be done with the stream. PC Gamer has an article, the best wireless gaming mouse. Arguably, if you're going to play with a wireless mouse, you're not getting a gaming mouse in the first place. If you want that fast reaction time and you're an esports player, you're going to use a wired mouse. PC Gamer is really just pointing out 3 gaming sold as gaming mouses, and they're doing their affiliate links, and these mice are expensive at like $100 each, which frankly most people are more than well suited with a $60 combo that includes a mouse and keyboard wireless, which is what I have. I believe it's the Logitech M550 is what I got, and it works perfectly fine for me. Let's see. We already talked about that article.
Job's done.
PC Gamer has an interesting story. Stonehearth, not to be confused with Hearthstone, the game I'm playing right now. Stonehearth's development will end at this month without meeting all of its Kickstarter stretch goals. The quote here is, "It's not abandoned, it's finished," says the developers. Stonehearth was kind of a Minecraft clone. It's got that pixely voxel look. It's 3D. I saw a lot of people, and Steam showed it to me a lot of times. But this, from my perspective, which is a pretty anti-pre-order, anti-kickstarting games, this is another example of a product that isn't as satisfactory as I think the people who kickstarted it wanted it to be. Or maybe they're alright with this one. Like, the end of this article says, Stonehearth is far from the broken, dishonest Kickstarter crash grabs we've seen in the past. Many of its missing features will be added in the upcoming dates, and Radiant will only lower the price of the game to compensate for the cut features. Will not only lower the price to compensate for the cut features, but will also refunds to Kickstarter backers. So there's, I guess, maybe one more news report here to see if Radiant actually does ever deliver on Stonehearth and make it a finished product. Let's see.
Unleash me.
Can we get... Can we find the Stonehearth right now reviews? Like, Stonehearth in general is very positive at 82% positive for 4,344 reviewers, but in the last 30 days for 115 reviews, 66 have been positive, so it's down to mixed reviews instead of very positive reviews, which is a bit of a loss. It's labeled as an early access city builder sandbox building. Interesting question. If your game is labeled as early access and then you come out of early access, do you automatically lose that tag that says early access, or do you have to go in there and remove it manually? Can you not remove it at all? All Stonehearth really is just basically a Minecraft clone. That's all you can say it is. And I don't know how you add things to Minecraft faster than Mojang adds things to Minecraft to out Minecraft. I don't have a clue how that happened, how you could do that. Gamasutra has a blog. The Semblance devs explain their platform-altering design process. This is a video that I don't believe has even started yet on Twitch. So they've written an article and they've got a video that says, please stand by at the top. Interesting. In a slight bit of good news, and this is, we must forever worldwide stay vigilant, the European Union has rejected the controversial copyright reforms, which would have basically made all of the internet responsible for copyright infringement, and there's like no safe harbor provisions, I think, and memes and things like that. They were selling this certainly as this law would have made all memes illegal, in particular. Well, the European Parliament voted against the copyright directive 318-278. I assume that's the directive number and not the vote count. It would be kind of nice to see that more than 318 versus 278 people voted against it. The proposed revisions. Because they voted against it, it will be sent back for revisions, which means it'll just come up again, and maybe they'll try to sneak it through it here. A lot of this law felt like it was specifically designed to just hurt Google and other American internet companies more than anybody else, and it would be used as an excuse to let politicians censor the internet to their own whim more and more. But yes, just like net neutrality, it's just another fight that we have to stay vigilant with until representatives all around the world realize that they can't get away with this kind of stuff. And in a weird way, a lot of these things probably are bits and pieces of what the TPP, the Trade Partner Program, was going to be, and they're just trying to, you know, slowly get one piece passed in one way, slowly get one piece passed the other way to better the richest of the rich people and disadvantage everybody else. Gamasutra has a blog, a better architecture for Unity projects. I guess if you are a Unity programmer, that might be useful. Honestly, in my own programming, I could probably do some better standards on labeling things, and just a architecture and a design guide and style guide. Like I could probably get a lot better at that if I was going to be a programmer day in and day out. My code is not sloppy, it's just not always the most consistent in its labeling, and because it's not consistent in its labeling, it's not consistent in my head the whole time. Moving on, PC Gamer, Terry Kavanaugh's next game is a Roll the Bones roguelike called Dicey Dungeons. It does not look interesting, it's not very good looking, and I don't know who Terry Kavanaugh is. He's the creator of Super Hexagon, VVP, and Tiny Heist. Alright, I guess now I know who that is. Yeah, I guess I don't really have anything else to say about this. We'll probably see Dicey Dungeons when it comes out, and I'll probably not be interested in it then. PC Gamer has an article. A new Galaxy in Turmoil trailer shows off Star Wars Battlefront-inspired gameplay. So, this is one of those PC Gamer articles where they're referencing a much bigger known game to advertise a much lesser known game. kind of rather dishonestly. So the game they're talking about is Galaxy in Turmoil. It has really nothing to do with Star Wars Battlefront. I think, well, I'm reading the second part. It says Galaxy in Turmoil was originally meant to be a revival of the cancelled Star Wars Battlefront 3. So it's like a fan project trying to make Battlefront. The plan went astray in 2016 when they received a cease and desist. So this is one of those games. Galaxy in Turmoil is on Steam right now. Not really, but they have a Steam page. But honestly, I don't care if it's a fan continuation of Battlefront 3, because I don't think Battlefront in general is a good game.
Job's done.
We have a game on Steam called Take Care of the Paperwork, and it's a single screen, kind of just MS Paint graphics. I wouldn't even call it MS Paint graphics, I'd just call it extremely simple graphics of mostly text. Seems like it's just kind of a simplistic game. How much is it? 10% off $1.79. I'm still not sure anybody would really want to play this game. And the other game they have is called Visual Novel Engine. That is mixed reviews. So, yeah, it seems like two very low effort products they've got there. And I still got a lot of news. I wonder if I should perhaps save some of this for Monday. Let's try to get through it. Gematsu has an article. Okari Inu for the Switch launches July 12th in Japan. It's based on the 2009 released mobile version. Let's see. Okari Inu is a horror visual novel from the Gakkou de Ata Kawaii Hanashi and Shinju Hachi scenario writers.
Anduin versus Anduin.
Let's see.
The light shall
Is there any
bring
talk
victory.
here if this is going to come
Smiles upon the just.
to the west? I just have one screenshot here, so I don't even know what this game is. Half of Gematsu articles are like that. Maybe I should be a little bit more vigilant and intentionally only talk about the Gematsu games that are going to come to the west, or at least have a little bit more detail on them. I've been skipping over articles written by companies and only really filtering out direct publishes from what's on Steam.com that they go to Steam pages. If I started looking at other articles, I could probably reduce some of this news that's frivolous. That's something to think about this weekend. Also, this weekend I'll be updating my router, and hopefully that doesn't turn into a nightmare. Gematsu has an article. Tactical Soccer RPG Gambare Super Strikers launches July 26th for PC, later in 2018 for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. It's kind of interesting that this game is starting on PC, but it has a Steam link, and so I'll wishlist it and keep an eye on it. The graphics don't look very good, to be honest, but it does look like it was designed to be for something like DS, and it might be a better experience than other things, than similar games. PC Gamer has an article, The Witcher Netflix series, release date, confirmation, characters, and everything you need to know. Let's see if we can find the release date. It's coming either in 2019 or 22. That's hardly a release date. Let's see. No, this is clickbait. Just total clickbait. They're asking people who work on the series these questions, and I don't think they're getting any response, really. So I didn't go through that whole article, but it struck me as not one that's actually going to give you the information you want.
Right away.
PC Gamer has an article, Far Cry 5 patch adds a photo mode. Okay, good. They're still sort of supporting Far Cry 5. I think Far Cry 5, like Far Cry 4, and probably maybe even Far Cry 3 are still games that are fine for me to play, but I'm not sure there's really a great reason why I'd want to do that. Isn't there a Far Cry Primal? I think I'd prefer to play that one before playing Far Cry 5, and I probably want to play 4 because I think that's the or 3. 3 might be the right one to play. Actually, I think that's probably the best of the 3. Your Gamer has an article, Sekiro Shadow Dies Twice promises a thrilling evolution of the Souls format. And then there's a long article here. A lot of hype, building up hype for the sequel to Dark Souls. A game that really doesn't probably need any hype built up for it. Let's do this.
Right away.
Your Gamer has an article, Stalker Battle Royale game Fear the Wolves, that's the name of the game, Fear the Wolves, has Steam Early Access release dates. I think I saw this game, Fear the Wolves, and it just kind of looked like another Battle Royale-esque game that...
Glory to the Sindora!
Since you're calling it a Battle Royale game, it's just going to be a matter of are other people playing that. Because if nobody else is playing it, there's no point in getting into it. So I'm not even going to bother trying to wishlist that game. I could do this and it would kill the people, but that's not what I want to do.
Do my bidding. Right away.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article called Launching a Successful Indie Game in 2018, The Moonlighter Story. And this is just the developer of Moonlighter basically patting himself on the back. Just basically a blog. Gamma Sutra has another blog, Designing and Building a Robust, Comprehensive Achievement System. I was going to skim over this article, but I'm not going to read it right now. It might be interesting to see where a developer's head is as far as achievements. Because certainly you can go in different directions there.
Right away. Do my bidding.
Job's done.
Let's see, we already talked about that. Let's see. According to Gamatsu, Nora to Ojo to Nara Nico Heart HD version has been announced for the PS4 and Switch, due out October 25th in Japan. It's a visual novel, probably a romance dating visual novel based on the graphics of the one screenshot I see, or the thumbnail I see. I never got any like word if YouTube found anything out about their new automatic thumbnail generator function that they were testing out on 3% of the audience, where even if you'd made a custom thumbnail, 3% of the audience was still seeing the auto-selected thumbnail in their new algorithm. No response there, so maybe I guess they're still doing it. Here's a terrible game called Zen Spaceflight VR Showcase on Steam. 30% off for $1.98. It looks bad. It requires VR, and that's all I really need to do. I thought maybe it would be an interesting game because you're just like flying around and seeing all these colors, and it's like a music visualizer.
None will survive.
It says listen to your favorite music and enjoy a flight through space. Like, I could see kind of the idea of doing that, but I don't think it really works. I think you'd be better taking off the headphones and just listening to music and letting your eyes rest. And if you're just listening to music, you don't need to be in VR. We're never going to accomplish something where we're in VR 24/7. Hopefully not, at least. Eurogamer has an article. Sea of Thieves adds a new figurehead celebrating Banjo-Kazooie's 20th anniversary. Rare, the developers of Banjo-Kazooie, also are making Sea of Thieves, but I think Nintendo maybe owns the right to Banjo-Kazooie, or they just don't want to do any more Banjo-Kazooie things, so take that for what it is. It's kind of just like a slight slap in the face that, yeah, we will celebrate the anniversary, but we won't put out a remaster, which would have been really nice, or make a new game, or do anything with it at all. Let's see, Gematsu has an article. Radio Hammer Station launches July 12th. The PS4 and PS Vita English releases are up in the air. Let's see, it's released digitally for the PS4, Switch, and PS Vita July 12th. In, I suppose, well, I guess how's this saying? The Switch English version exists now, but or they're explaining this very poorly. Like, it's saying that the Switch version, it's really not saying anything. So there might be an English version of this game, or maybe not. What is this game? It looks like it's a multi-character brawler beat-em-up side-scrolling game. No, it's not. It's actually a rhythm game where you have these anime girls swinging hammers, knocking things out of the way. Interesting. It's a music rhythm game. So, less likely, in my opinion, that they would do the licensing. For the music. So, I'd like to see that come out to the West, but not a lot of chance. Let's see, Gacha Racing Second coming. Gacha Racing Second is coming to the PS4 and PC on July 19th. Let's see if that's in Japan only. This is another Arc System Works, so all these announcements were probably at the exact same event. And I bet, since the phrasing is all here, it's confusing.
I must consider.
Gacha Racing is a top-down arcade-style racing game. I've seen similar games like that on Steam. So when this actually comes out on Steam, I'll probably see it anyways, and then consider it then. So Darksiders 2, I wanted to mention, they've created this website called The Legion where they're showing cosplayers that I'm not sure they're really paying to cosplay as the characters from the Darksiders universe, but it seems like they've got a collection of a few that on a weekly basis they're revealing a new cosplayer and linking to their social media things. So it's not it doesn't feel like it's for new cosplayers or cosplayers who are trying to promote themselves. It feels like they've just thought of a way to keep people interested and excited and hyped for Darksiders 3, which this is certainly an interesting way to do that. Let's see, there's a game on Steam called Exploration Pro. It's another Minecraft clone. It's Stonehearth, a Kickstarter game that is basically giving up the ghost as far as being a Minecraft clone, and here we have a new contender trying to make a different Minecraft clone. I haven't been seeing really too many Minecraft clones on Steam since I started looking at every single game. So I probably missed out on that phase. I wouldn't be surprised if I did, which is fine by me. Gamasutra has an article. Disney's Moana production assets are now available to the public. They're to be used for computer graphics research, software development, and educational purposes, but game developers might find the newly available packages useful for their own needs. The first asset package is a cloud data set, which contains realistic clouds that can be used for examples and volume rendering research, movies, and game productions. The second package includes Moana's island scene and was apparently chosen to be available to the public because its contents represent some of the challenges encountered in typical production environment. So Pixar, Disney wants better animation, and they don't want to pay for animators to be better, so instead they'll just throw out their assets and hope that people will work on it for free.
Right away.
The assets are licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 license, meaning devs can share, copy, and adapt the contents even commercially, but I think they have to submit back any changes they made and share those changes also, which is something a lot of people don't want to do. Your Game has an article. Game, which is a video game company in Europe, has a No Man's Sky pre-order bonus that lets you wear the Xbox One logo on your head. Why is this article coming out now? I have no idea, because No Man's Sky's been out for a very long time. I guess this No Man's Sky hasn't come out on the Xbox One. I could have sworn it had, but whatever. That's really just a terrible article with advertising game.
The Shadow's puppet.
You are not welcome. Beware the shadow.
Right away.
Let's see. Gamasutra has an article. 505 Games partners with Ovo Sonico to create new IP. I don't know if I know either one of these companies. Let's see. The India studio known for Murasaki Baby and Last Day in June says it's partnered with 505 Games to grant them to resources and know-how of a recognized and successful international team. That's really just a business article. Gamasutra has an article. Pokemon Quest nets $3 million in revenue during its first week on mobile. That's a lot of money. Certainly.
Awaken, my children.
This. And what do we want to do here?
Do my bidding.
Payback time.
Right away.
Let's just take the victory. We already talked about that game. Gamatsu has an article. Dragon Marked for Death launches this winter. This is an interesting looking JRPG. It's kind of got that Disgaea animation style. It's really weird anime, even for anime type fashion, at least.
Let the hunt begin.
The light
What
shall
kind of
bring
game is it?
victory.
It's an RPG. It's coming out for the Switch according to the tags. And I'm watching the trailer. Trailer is showing me a flat 2D image. I don't know if that really is the game, though, or not. That may have just been a loading screen. Now it's showing me intro animations that would be cutscenes. Show me some real gameplay, come on. I know this is a Japanese trailer, but yeah, the real game is a side-scrolling hack and slasher RPG.
Greetings, traveler.
Boy, did the thumbnail distract me on that one. Thumbnail makes it look like it is a full 3D game, and it just isn't. So I don't think I'll probably want to play Dragon Marked for Death. We'll see if it comes out to anything besides the Switch anyways. Rock Paper Shotgun has started talking about the Caligula effect overdose, which has been talked about by like Gametsu for several months now. So there's definitely a big split between the Japanese companies, or the more Japanese focused company reporters, and the Western reporters, and when they get around to things. Caligula Effect Overdose is kind of a Persona 3 game. It's headed to the PC in early 2019. It's a Persona-ish JRPG is how they describe it. It's an interesting visually looking one because everybody has either white or gray or red in their clothing in most of the images you see. And the fact that Persona's makers don't want you playing Persona on YouTube might open the door for streamers like me to play the Caligula effect and say, well, this is close to that idea and we can see what this is about. Unless, of course, the developers of the Caligula effect also, that's NIS America and Furyu, F-U-R-Y-U, are the makers of the Caligula effect overdose. So if they take down our Content ID a lot of videos, although at this point, somebody Content ID my videos doesn't really matter, like, because I'm not monetized anyways. I'm slowly growing still in subscribers. I should be happy that I've gotten 10 or 20 in the past couple of months, new subscribers in a positive direction, but I need basically 750 more subscribers before I could even get back to getting the few pennies I was getting for every week. It's worth of work. PC Gamer kind of has an editorial here. Battle passes are replacing loot boxes, but they're not necessarily a better deal. After a year of awful loot box practices, a new wave of cosmetic focused season passes are taking over, and I think that's certainly going to be part of the industry trying to just trick people. Is like, oh, we don't have any loot boxes, we just have these battle passes and these cosmetic things that we're going to try and convince you to buy. So PC Gamer goes on to mention some games in particular, if that interests you. Gamasutra has another Todd Howard quote. There was at least 3 different things they quoted him on. Todd Howard, games as a service don't mark the future. You could go further this way, but I agree with him. I think games as a service is a dumb idea. being pushed by people who don't care about the game industry or understand how it works. Like, it's a buzzword made up by people trying to sell something. Let's see. Gematsu has an article, Steins Gate Elite delayed to early 2019 in the West. That's kind of a shame because Steins Gate Elite is a pretty good visual novel based on a pretty good anime, I think, and it coming to the West would have been a great example of good visual novels compared to a large amount of mediocre to bad ones on Steam. On the other hand, anytime a Japanese developer delays anything, there's hopes it's because they're getting things right the first time, and anytime any developer delays anything, there's hopes that they're getting it right the first time. And particularly Japanese PC games have not run perfectly well, and it would be nice if there's really no reason why a visual novel should run poorly. So hopefully everything is translated right. That would be the biggest issue, is if the English translation just is poorly translated and poorly localized or overly localized.
Is someone injured?
I have a game on Steam that caught my attention called Yuso, Y-U-S-O. It's a strategy indie casual game. Say it's a puzzle game where you clear the screen and the game gets harder as you progress. So it looks like a unique, different animation style of where you're trying to match 4 in a row of colors and shapes or something and solve puzzles. It's a single screen Unity game, kind of looks like a mobile game type thing, but it looks good. However, it is $7.99, so at that price I'm not going to buy it. Even if it has 80 plus levels, that's still too much. But I'll keep an eye on it, and if it goes down significantly in price, I will buy it. It's the first game from this developer. It's surprising that it came out and it doesn't have a discount. TechRaptor has a review of Yoku's Island Express. I think I may have already even looked at this review, but every review I've seen of this game says it's really good, so it's already on my list. They're giving it a 9.5 amazing, so like there seems to be some pretty consistent opinions about that game.
Right away.
And it's probably going to be a bit of a sleeper hit too, because I don't think too many people have heard of it or want to play it because it doesn't look like the typical first-person shooter games. Gematsu has an article, The Princess Guide is coming to the West for the PS4 and Switch in early 2019. Princess Guide is a trailer. What kind of game is this? I want to say visual novel, but I bet it's a JRPG.
I must consider.
Let's attack
Right
here
away.
first.
Your weakness betrays you.
And do that.
Oh,
And do that.
Get us some insects.
Another turn. Okay, Princess Guide is a top-down, kind of 8-bit graphics JRPG game. Okay. Fair enough. Nothing really catches my attention. Just another Anime Expo announcement. Let's see. There's no information in that article, so I don't need to talk about that.
I wonder.
Tortola, preserve us!
Let's see. Gematsu has a Disgaea 1 Complete Angels of Celestia trailer. Disgaea 1 Complete is, I believe, well, it's due out for the PS4 and Switch on July 26th in Japan, October 9th in North America, October 12th in Europe. It's the remaster slash maybe re-release. I don't know if it really is a remaster of the first Disgaea game. Disgaea 1 kind of needs to come to Steam because I don't think you can play that game, and because you can't play Disgaea 1, you can't get into the point where it makes sense to play Disgaea 2 or Disgaea 3. RPG Maker MV is coming to the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch in 2019, which kind of wish it wouldn't. RPG Maker MV is RPG Maker, but it's not top-down RPGs. It's more side-scrolling RPG elements, or maybe it's a new version of RPG Maker. It's not great. And if you make a game on the Switch with RPG Maker MV, I have no clue how you get that game off your Switch and give it to other people or sell it. You very possibly can't. TechRaptor has an article. Eline Media brings ocean exploration and game creation to E3 2018. This is the publisher of the game Never Alone. They're going to be releasing 2 games. One called Beyond Blue, which is a strategy game where you're learning about the ocean, and the other is called The Endless Mission, which is a game creation game to help teach about game designs and coding. They're both kind of pretty looking, though, and I think I own Never Alone and want to cover it, but so I should probably play Never Alone before I decide whether I want to play those other games. Let's see, Gamasutra has a blog, choosing a project management tool for game development. There's several project management tools listed here, one of which being Google Drive. Jira is the one I've heard before, Jira, and so I believe, frankly, of all of these other ones, Jira is probably the one you should learn just because it's an industry standard. But if you were to make a project, and it doesn't particularly even have to be a game project, using some of these softwares might be a good thing to do, or to learn how to use them. Although, I don't know how much project management software really helps, or if it's just really an example of managers keeping themselves busy and doing like pointless work that benefits nothing. Like, I'm not sure you really need management software at all, or if it's just a way to keep a manager busy behind the desk instead of actually talking to employees. PC Gamer has an editorial idea think piece of other classic movies that deserve the Alien Isolation treatment, and basically this is just a list of movies that they'd like to see turned into video games, and their list of movies are pretty predictable, well-known movies too, so I don't think there's really anything there. There's a clicker game that I kept, even though I filtered out a lot of games, and it doesn't seem like at this point that I filtered out any games, but I did. I filtered out quite a lot of games.
Let me change your mind.
But one I decided to keep was car demolition clicker. And the reason is because it looks kind of pretty. You're shooting at cars via drones. Don't ask me why. And you're damaging different parts of the car. Sometimes it's not cars, sometimes it's big construction vehicles. Kind of interesting looking. 21 achievements, 10% off for $6.29. That price is way too expensive though. I'm not gonna pay. Frankly, I don't think I'd pay more than $2 for a clicker, if even that much. But it is rather pretty. TechRaptor has an article, Holy Potatoes, a weapon shop, lands on PS4 and Switch on July 12th. Here's a game I've not heard of. Let's see, it's available on Steam, and it has mixed reviews right now amongst 15 reviewers, but it's mostly positive, 73% of 676 reviewers in total.
Pinch of death cup, heel of shoe, obey.
I can't do that.
Be reborn in the earth.
What kind of game is this? It's a management casual funny game. It feels like it's just a shop manager game, and I've seen way too many of these. I don't know why I'd particularly want to play this one. Yeah, 75% off for $3.74. Yeah, I'm gonna close that. Even if TechRaptor liked it, didn't catch my attention. Gamatsu has an article, Super Destroy Not DX launches on July 11th for PS4, Xbox One, and PS Vita, and July 13th for the Switch and PC.
Revenge.
And it's a retro space shooter of some sort. It looks like it's a direct clone of not Arkanoid, but an arcade game that started with a C. Shooting. I could remember the name of that game. Actually, it looks pretty good, so I'll wishlist this game. Keep an eye on it. Super Destroy Not DX. I think this might be like Pac-Man Championship Edition DX type game. And I definitely did like Championship Edition DX. Maybe not the sequels so much. Let's see, there's a VR game called Vivez, V-I-V-E-Z, Versalis. I won't spell that, since that's a word I recognize. It's free to play. Apparently it doesn't seem to require VR. No, I guess it does. It's just the indicator whether you need VR or not is weird. This is a game where you're kind of just, I think, walking around a castle courtyard and inside of a castle hall, and you're seeing some, I would say, Victorian people wander around, stand in places. It's probably a good hour-long visual experience, and that's probably all it really is. Let's see.
Give that minion a turn to get ready.
Job's done.
Good, send this back for 10. I wonder, can they send back something above 10 mana? Guess you could. Make it impossible to play. TechRaptor has an article, train heroes to save the world in Vatharian Arc later this year. Vatharian Arc. Let's see. Looks like it's a top-down RPG. It was kickstarted in 2017. Let's see. Vatharian Arc Hero School Story. Seems like you're actually training heroes in a school as a management game. Oh, that is not what I expected. It seems like there is parts where you see your students actually fight, though. I'll keep an eye out for that game, but I'm probably not so interested. We're very close to the end now, but it's been nearly an hour over. So let's do this. Think you can beat me with that? Try now. There's a game on Steam called Starfield Wars. Was there something about this game that somebody pointed it to me? No, I think this is just a random game on Steam. And it doesn't seem like it's got too much going on with it. Just a kind of a cheap asset flip type game. 40% off for $2.99. There's better games in its genre of being in a spaceship flying around the surface, over the surface of a world. And to the left of the screen is this giant worm that seems like it's gonna just eat you at all times, but it doesn't actually move or do anything, which makes it pretty obvious that it's an asset flip. Let's do this.
You are the Shadow's puppet.
There's a game called Ashi, A-S-H-I, Lake of Light. Kind of looks like a light-based puzzle koi pond as the background, but then it seems like it's mostly just a puzzle game otherwise. This is one of those, looks like a single screen Unity games, but maybe it's got something there. Let's see how many puzzles it has on it. It's 20% off for $3.19. It's probably too expensive. So it's more than 70 puzzles. I'm feeling generous. I'll put this one on the wish list, although I don't know if anybody else should do it. It's the first game from this developer, and it's really pushing the limit as far as games I should cover and games I shouldn't. Gamer Sutra has an article, Never Ending Story, Ubisoft's keen to move away from finite gaming experiences. I heard this reported from several different places. There's nothing really odd to take away from that. Ubisoft has wanted infinite games that keep on going and going, and you can put microtransactions. That's kind of what games as a service is, so they're just phrasing it in a different way. So no real surprise there. Here's another article that we didn't even get to. PC Gamer accused of scamming in a Reddit thread. The Counter-Strike Go streamer Phantom Lord, who I've heard about, so he's pretty big. I think he's like the biggest guy. Threatens to sue the moderators. Vargas threatened to sue the moderators over a post alleging that he is scamming people with a new VGO skin site, which this was also Phantom Lord. Yes, he was the guy who earlier this year sued Twitch over a suspension of his account in 2016 and was then countersued in turn, is now threatening legal actions against the moderators of the live stream fail subreddit. So yeah, Phantom Lord is a mess. He seems to be litigious. Let's see if he wins any of these lawsuits. That's where I remember his name from, come to think of it. Moving on though, that's really not news. Some streamer somewhere is causing trouble. That happens every day. The Final Fantasy 15 mod lets you play as the Power Rangers. I wanted to mention this one, so I've had this article open probably a little longer than I normally would. But you can wield the weapons. So if you're into Final Fantasy 15 and you have nostalgia for the Power Rangers, which is not entirely impossible, that's interesting. It's an interesting mod. You're gonna feel probably rather out of place, though. I don't think the mod changes the rest of the universe, so I don't think you're fighting putties or whoever the bad guys that they usually fight and nowadays are. Yeah, I just see Power Rangers running around Final Fantasy 15 fighting giant dinosaurs and riding chocobos. Arguably, I'm not sure I even like the fighting mechanic of Final Fantasy 15 at all. So, with or without the Power Rangers mod, I don't think it really improves it. And I'm on the Humble Bundle site. And what bundles? Let's just go ahead and reload this. Like, I still very much feel like I'm not ever gonna have another game bundle. The DRM free sale is still going on at the Humble Store, so if anybody wants to buy a game at the Humble Store and send those Steam codes via Twitter, direct message to me, that would be super helpful. But as far as actual bundles and the discounts you were getting there, I think all of that has just moved to Fanatical. There's the subscribe and save thing. The monthly subscribe and save bundle, and that's all they're talking about. And I decided to move my Twitch page in the other direction. Hey, Twitch muted the audio on one of my videos. What do you even do there? Appeal muted audio. That was one of the things that I wanted to question about Twitch, is just how do I deal with some of these with the content ID mess. And it felt like maybe I was getting away on Twitch with a lot more on Content ID. But now we see something. And see, this inherently is going to be a problem. If there's not a specific tab to show me all the muted audio videos, and this is like the first, yeah, there's no telling if this is the first one. Let's see. What is this saying? Here's how you appeal muted audio on Twitch. Let's see. Please select the reason. You cannot appeal for the following reasons. You own stream the audio. Buying or streaming the audio for personal listening does not give you permission to distribute it. You credited the artist. This is not enough to give you permission to distribute music belonging to others on Twitch. In-game audio. Audio, music, and games can still separately be copyrighted for limited use. So, since Twitch is all video game streaming for the most part, the idea of them saying that you can't appeal the audio because it's in-game audio and incidental, then that is rather ridiculous. Let's see. This is a John Williams Star Wars song. Let's see. So the options on Twitch are let's see. My video does not contain the audio identified. I created and performed the original music without including third-party audio. I have permission. My use of the audio as part of my video on Twitch is fair use. So, I zoomed in to read. Let me double check and see if the screen changes that. Appeal selected. And then it wants, wow, it wants way more information. It wants your full-on name, full-on address, city, zip code, country, postal code, to appeal the audio so that they can sue you later. It's like, well, that in one step kills any thought as far as like, I don't know, by the way, if I can even download these videos from Twitch. That's a thought too. It's like, how do you download? How do I download these videos back off of Twitch and save them myself? Yeah, there's no way. So Twitch as a backup is a flawed backup for videos, and if I got enough followers or whatever it is on Twitch to the point where I could monetize on Twitch, I don't see a reason to deal with any of this stuff. See, the path to partner. Stream for 25 hours, stream 12 different days, arrange, average 75 views. Let's see. Path to affiliate. Reach 50 followers. I'm surprised it says I have 26. That's actually really surprising on Twitch. Hey, if you're one of the 26 people that are seeing my videos on Twitch, please come over to YouTube and subscribe, even if you don't use it, because that's the place where I need subs. I guess if you're watching me on YouTube, please follow me on Twitch also. It would help both ways. But yeah, it doesn't feel like dealing with Twitch is much better than dealing with YouTube. Apologies to anybody trying to watch Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens number 12. Let's see.
I wonder.
And I think at this point we are close to being done, so I'm back to just my Twitter feed. This will be our last game, and that'll be the end of the stream. It's been kind of a long stream. At 4 hours, that's about average. I should have broken up this episode into two. We've got
someday I'll be just like you.
Let's see. So scrolling down. The Simone Gertz lady who made the shitty robots, is what she would call them, had a brain tumor and had to have surgery, and she's got this big old scar she's showing off of having it removed, and she's still in recovery. And she posted on Twitter, and somebody else retweeted her, it's like, sorry for the silence, and I'm like, you don't have to be sorry, you just get better. Like, don't worry about random strangers on Twitter.
Be gone!
Like, get better for yourself. Don't care about random people. Apparently a game called Death Mark is coming to the West. We'll talk about that on Monday. Code Realize is coming to the West. The side-scrolling adventure game Ghost Parade is coming to PS4, Switch, and PC in 2019. All these announcements are coming out right on Friday. I don't know why. Maybe it's Anime Expo is releasing more of that. The two people from Giant Bomb went to Anime Expo. And they were invited by Crunchyroll, and they did a panel. Really didn't say anything or do anything interesting. I mean, what were they really going to do? They really don't know anything about anime. They just have been... Oddly, the video game review site Giant Bomb decided to start watching Dragon Ball Z and reviewing those, which it's more evidence that mainstream video game reviewers, a lot of them are burnt out and just don't want to be reviewing games. A lot of them never wanted to be reviewing games in the first place. They were just failed journalists. Not to say that I would succeed if I tried to be a journalist either, but yeah, they were just failed journalists, and the one place where you can have less journalistic quality and ethics is in video game reviews, because nobody really cared about them.
Obey.
Here.
Be gone!
See, following
Revenge.
Fate Grand Order International releases, Sony Aniplex hits 1.8 billion revenue according to Gamma Sutra. I don't know what that particularly has to do with video games. Like, I didn't know Sony owned the Aniplex. Planet Coaster has some DLC, and let's just double check that we got all the data quests done. Is there a reason for me to sit here and scroll down my feed looking to see if there's any bit of information left to say? Like 3 hours ago, Hearthstone episode 946 aired. We're almost to 1,000 points. And I'm just scrolling down here. I shouldn't be scrolling. I should just wrap up now. Like, there's nothing else that's gonna be said. I'm just seeing probably the same articles I saw when I scrolled a while ago. Yep. 5 hours ago, Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition aired on my channel, episode 37. Yeah, what I'm seeing now is old stuff anyways. So yeah, there's nothing new to say. That's it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, I'm asking people to friend me on Steam and gift me a game. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.